Did you know that gay super slings were created by award-winning perfumers and scientists? They supersized sizzling and filled with concentrated detergent. Then added 3 times the Febreze freshness and 4 times the Oxy cleaning power. No wonder I'm obsessed. Try Gain Super Flings. We asked people who said they had Domino's stuffed crust pizza before to compare it to our own stuffed crust. Only Domino's has never had stuffed crust before. Until now. Introducing Domino's new and first ever stuffed crust pizza. Try it for the first time. This is always 2 hours smooth brisket in the smoke. This is always 2 hours smooth brisket. This is always 2 hours smooth brisket in the second. This dish is just always it's more clean. I recommend switching past my common box. These new products have been used for a long time. Easily removed for long time. That's what the problem was. Treat yourself to rich Ghirardelli chocolate and luscious caramel. Experience Ghirardelli caramel squares in a bag, in a bar, next to it, a bag better. With stuff, you're in control of your credit limit journey. Set your own floating credit limit as well as $1,000 with full matching security deposit and pay nothing. As you use your card to pay on-time payments, you can build your credit one step at a time. Visit stuff to apply. Dangerous levels. Gotta run. With every day, cleaning your gutters. It's leaf filter. Our patented filter technology keeps leaves and debris out of your gutters forever. Guaranteed. I'll wait for free leaf filter to get started and get the permanent gutter solution that ends drops for good. They took the time to answer all of our questions. They really put us at ease. And crack gutters for good. I'll wait for the free leaf filter and visit leaffilter.com today. Nobody would live in a place like this unless they had something else. Here, they're pretty cool. Watch Resident Evil from the beginning. Next, after SmackDown on USA. My dad got excited and tried to jump the barricade last night. And did security take him down? They almost did. Oh no! What did you say? You told her about WWE. It seems like, oh yeah. No, she wasn't excited. Okay, I'm worried about these Parkinson's. I think I was overboard. It's so stiff. I don't know if I can do up the brain. What's your story? Ethnic Nation podcast with the academics. Details about this great career. You can listen to that podcast on all audio platforms as well as on YouTube. Uses psychological tactics he composes opponents on the inside before bounding the ring. So then, it's attacks begin. How they are impacted by that. Facing both of those styles. Always confident, always cocky. Suddenly looks rather apprehensive. What's the time to tell it? What's the back? As the back last week, defeated the Miz. It's a second straight match on SmackDown after the facing the effective black mass kick of Aleister Black's is, but indeed the entire offense of this member. Most professional wrestlers never get trained in, but more importantly, they never get trained how to block those kind of attacks. It's a massive advantage for Aleister Black while springboarded by ages off the ball. I mean, that is just vintage Aleister Black. That's still with that buddy, the athleticism that kickboxing pedigree and real timing brings right forwards. And he's powerful. He can attest to what he can do. Mysterious ways in there. Highlights historically contributing this excellent by many times he's in. He does not follow him, but someone can go literally step to step with him. This is so bad for both of them. That is a knee and a back strike, and now you see all the various striking ways of Aleister Black. Now it's on the road to completely out of this. But then he put himself near the process, but sadly close for what now is the whole industry. It's an outlass. This is what he's all about for last week. So that was the guy just to get his breath back because he knew that all Hayes was going to go. He goes for a big kick, but he got hung up on the barrier and got another drop kick, so it's a time kick. As the walking battle went out as well. With no mixing with matchup, plus fan favorites, Mars, the new DQ center with their movie ps4. Try the new DQ celebration menu because nothing can sell like baseball and blizzard treats. There's nothing as American as side smash. Always making hand smash Angus beef patty seared to perfection. The American Smasher Burger, the side smasher. It's usually just one person trying on shoes. Discover doubles your cash back at the end of your first year, so I'm going to use mine to get something for my beautiful stunt double Eileen. Your rematch. Wow. Discover cashback match. We'll take it. Jimmy, hey, I was eating that. No, you're eating it to the ultimate attack. They just went seriously. That's the more inside and out. There's no secret, simply safe. Just my shoulder. And because there's some crossway winter steam, I start vacuum, steamer, and maintenance. Doesn't count. What you need is a will, so you can sign and make official. At trustedwill.com, make it count. This is Arby's 10 to 13 hour smoked brisket in a smoker. This is Arby's 10 to 13 hour smoked brisket in a sandwich. This is Arby's 10 to 13 hour smoked brisket in a sandwich. Arby's, we have the meats. Check it out. Pizza, cheesy bites pizza. Is a game changer. With 28 cheese-filled bites around the crust, every single bite is a highlight. The cheesy bites pizza, starting at $12.99. Get it on Pizza Hut. This is the mark of a fire. A rich, full-flavored milk with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've heard this. It's a hope. The mark of a fire. People start with cricket, stay with cricket, like playing. I stay with cricket because they tell me like it is. The place I'm at is because I pay every week. That's it. Welcome to Life Without Guarantees. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Sign up, you're on cricket. And tell the listeners to understand the big idea. Who are you? I can tell some friends. Tell me what you're doing. That might be so close. You're not sure you can. The return of Alistair Black, his second straight catch on SmackDown. Against the Miz, this is Hayes. He's up in here. As he's up top, you mentioned where Miz plays with Mel. Why do you think Miz is so hot? That was so much of Miz is just trying to give back between consistent probably struggling to get to the very, very top team. What's the other guy out? Stick with Miz. We're bringing down the entryway ramp here at another Saturday. Ohio is still to come. Tag team action was Jonathan Andrade and Ray Phoenix and Ben. We will hear from the undisputed WWE champion, John Cena, record-breaking 17-time champion. The night before Backlash, he is set to face Randy Orton as well as Chicken on the strikes off for Alistair Black. A simple no defense score. Talked about it earlier. You showed how effective those strikes could be against some of the caliber, even of Carmelo Hayes. Strike match, you're going to have to watch Alistair Black every single time. Sadly, happy who's still his business and delivers. And he breaks it and kicking his way up. And he tries to scramble himself and into the cover. And it's picked out by Neville. Mental base on the outside. Disheveled and wide. He's tasted this kind of offense from Alistair Black. He knows himself how difficult it is. He tasted that black mass devastating kick. Looks to keep control. Look at this. Shoulders down. They hyperextended the leg of Mello. Back to that vertical suplex. And once again, Mello trying to break free, and he does with the kick. For big with a monotonic special. It's over. Connected with that one. Mystic and finally makes with Coinbase, you can trade cryptocurrency securely in 16 seconds. On your Coinbase, add your payment method, your bank account, debit card, or wire. Select buy. Taking out both men and getting extending themselves. Right, taking the forwards for unprotected. This is right now. Carmelo Hayes looks tough. But he puts that foot. He's getting in a position as we've seen it do time and again with one pass. And is quick to get to the apron as a distraction. Numbers game is not enough favor tomorrow. Okay? We need a game plan for tomorrow. We need to figure something out. Right now, I am all out of soldiers. Everybody's hurt. Okay? Take them. We need to do that. That's the only one that I fucking standing up to drop you. You have to fight back, right? Phoenix. Unfortunately, for his sake, from the press, in Andrade. And now they need to step down Las Gaza and attack to stop the hostility heading in their direction. Andrade and Ray Phoenix against those Garza. That is coming next on SmackDown from Ohio. The action. 14 brand new events. Tickets on sale now. Hello, chefs. Welcome to our kitchen. Let's work the store. You make the second. That's an example. It's delicious. Yes. Dr. Squatch Body Wash. Ladies, we just got one thing, and that's a natural body wash for our guys, of course. With scents like pine tar, wood barrel bourbon, coconut castaway, and fresh falls. Dr. Squatch Body Wash. For men who prefer natural. I think it's so much different in this little. Your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use the Breeze plug-in. It has a microchip that alternates between T-Stamp to fight odors and provides freshness after 50 days. Try the Breeze Plug.
Check it out. Pizza Cheesy Bites Pizza is a game changer. With 28 cheese-filled bites around the press, every single bite is a highlight. The Cheesy Bites Pizza, starting at $12.99. Get it on the Pizza Hut app.
So your credit takes, and now you have to donate. When you're in luck, because Self will securely report your positive rent payments to all your credit bureaus for free, so you can increase your credit score. And if you're due to these situations, get credit reporting. Download Self today.
Let's choose decisions.
Take money by Self.
It's the sweet for everything smart bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Only at Sleep Number.
When it's for inmates, you get more than promo products. You get the certainty of personal service, design expertise, and unmatched quality to make your moment shine. Be for Infant Service at forinfant.com. For Infant, for
That's in this year.
all hands on deck.
Chicago Wednesday, new on NBC and Peacock. We are in Dayton, Ohio, the Meta Center. The crowd of Thursday also. All the summers come see the Suns. I will personally come sold out. And I hope that RKO and the Ultimate will damage tomorrow at Black Roger. Excellent, you know what I mean? Show the return side, the other side, ready to go. Big chance of the yeah, boys, that's how you do it. You got schools. WWE Tag Team Champions. You know what? You came in here to make some noise. We love it. Because we came in and did the same thing. We took that Bobby Heenan and just cranked it. Now, fellas, I hope you can keep that energy up. You know, eventually at one point, it's going to be Braxy who moves.
Don't make people move.
I swear we had that conversation earlier about the rest of the tag team and how they would react. There's no Garza. The Santos Escobar getting out very heated and direct instructions for what lies ahead. We've seen Andrade in touch with top contenders. So nearly win the outfit of Jack Miller back and forth. This is for tag team match of 2025 so far. Come to the end of Great Phoenix earlier, and now it's in the spot because of what retired research on Andrade and Great Phoenix. They have competed briefly in the past. They have never tagged together. But I'll tell you right now, with the difference game of the Ghana down by Tasman and Praise to have a little practice of Great Phoenix should kind of tell you. Folks, you can enter WWE's Dream Trip to Universal Orlando Resort Sweepstakes for chance Universal Epic. A chance to meet a WWE superstar. Go to www.com/universal speeds to enter for a chance to win. We've got such a blessing, such a gift here on SmackDown to get his ring entrance. That's going to wrap it up here in the studio. We'll be here today on everything else going on in college football throughout our day. Yes, college football. Right next to Memorial Stadium, located in Memphis. Along with River Street, Gary Andrews is reporting to the sidelines. Today's exciting game is brought to you by Donovan Plus Care. Be comfortable in your own skin. We'll see the Arizona Wildcats and the Memphis Tigers. Brought to you by Donovan Plus Care. Be comfortable in your own skin. Every time. Just sense that the tensions, especially against the individuals, which we're ready to get this one underway as the teams are lined up for the opening kick. And he got all of this one. Great kick. And they forget this one. It's going to studio for this recent update. The Yellow Jackets make the game ready 7 minutes left. But under even minutes, still there walking in the lane. At the 30th 9 win, a very solid year. The Yellow Jackets get to know 24-21. Elsewhere, look at what's happened in Clemson. And for BYU, their hot streak continues. BYU takes the W, 21-16. They simply can't lose now if they want to keep their high hopes in the BCS alive. Memphis, let's talk about the passing games in this time.
I think the disadvantage of running a spread attack is whether or not you have the proper personnel to really make a difference in running yourself. And you've got the personnel because you have the quarterback, the running backs that can really make teams pay for things. So you got some speed on the outside. This is an offense that's very difficult to stop.
And he might change the play here before the snap. And so the defense goes up the ball. And that turnover every turnover.
This running back will go out there next time and hold on to the football a little bit better.
The 44-yard line. It's first down. Into the 20. Can this guy throw the ball or what?
No question. You can see why this guy is considered one of the premier passers in the game. Not only does he have the tremendous arm strength that we talked about, but he's got all the intangibles as well. We're talking about poise, confidence, and the uncanny ability to find the open man. Just phenomenal.
Arizona is lining up to kick this one off. Sends it sailing after you. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchback. They'll set up shot at the 25.
The defense got a great push and blew that play up well behind the line of scrimmage.
Second and 14. Ball on the 21-yard line. Runs back to pass. Around the 24-yard line. A quick update now. Here's Reese.
Considering came into the game late night after the bitterly disappointing loss. How fixing the Colts beat them down. And for South Carolina, today's win gives them 8 on the season. South Carolina wins it 4 play.
And we thank you, Reese Davis. Back to the action here. It's first and 10. Ball on the 28-yard line. Arizona is up a field goal.
Luckily, that guy was paying attention to what was going on and was able to cover the football.
Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down. And they make the stop at the 7. And the defense gives up some free yards to the offense.
You know, penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line. They're crowding that line of scrimmage.
Giving away 3 yards is only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball.
First down. They've got the defense on their heels now. It's first and goal. All the big boys are on the field now. Both teams have their big sets out there. They go on the run. Touchdown.
You just follow the push of the big guy in front.
And the quarterback stays on the field as they try for the 2-point conversion. They put everyone up on the line.
Just kicking the extra point. They certainly didn't have to.
And they can forget about returning this one.
Let's start this drive. The 25-yard line. Sloppy job by the offense. First and foremost, you can always be concerned about the offense. Well, we're not even close. All the praise are going against them. Good field position here. They'll start this drive inside their opponent's territory.
They line up in the jumbo set.
Well, I've seen some strange things in my day, but never anything like this. The kicker's on the field.
And he's got to be happy about that kick.
Oh, no question. This kid is just a solid kicker.
So the score now, Arizona 20, Memphis nothing. Long gets set to kick this one away. He needs a and it sails out of the end zone for a touchback.
This drive will start at the 25. There we go.
They're calling it audible. They're changing the play. They get to the field.
Concentration laps right there. The coaches will be giving them an earful for it, too.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 30.
You give a lot of credit to the defense here, recognizing pass and throwing it to the receiver. Right there.
It's against the man who is seething after losing his championship. This will be the match of the career. Now it's second and long after the penalty.
This is to know where the ball is at all times.
Third down, and they need to get it down to the 20. They'll call on the field goal unit here for this long field goal attempt. He gets it up. And he slows it. This return team just doesn't trust the kicker there in that inside formation. The 25-yard line. First down. Taking him out of the goal line set. Anderson on the handoff. Big opening. He's to the point. And the point. The 10. He's all the way home. Touchdown.
You can see how explosive he looks. He had his sights set on the end zone, and he was not going to be stopped.
And he adds the extra point. Arizona hit this one off. And they can forget about returning this one. They'll get the ball here in 25-yard line. Memphis ready to make this one. And he just gets stood up right there. The offense will take over at the 22. They're back inside on the line. It's the tailback.
It's still very early. I'd say if you came to see this kid play, you've already gotten your money's worth.
As we expected coming into this game, this one appears to be under control. The Wildcats lead it by 9. They line up in the jumbo set.
are so many different ways he can hurt you. Today, he's done it with his feet. I think he's easily one of the most complete players in the country.
First and 10, ball on 36. They come out in a goal line set. Again with the carry. He's in midfield. And they finally push him out at the 39. First down.
I thought it was pretty impressive they were able to stop him. I thought he had enough room to break away from everybody and take it all the way to the house.
First and 10. Ball on the 39-yard line. He makes it maybe the 36-yard line. Maybe 3 yards on that one.
It's a pretty good play here by the junior safety, stepping up and making a good tackle on the ball here.
It's 2nd and 7. Ball on 36. And off inside. Tackle made at the 26.
They've got a solid drive going here, but I know it's not going to mean that much without putting some points up on the board.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 26. So the offense will move a little bit closer with that penalty. It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 11-yard line. Tries to get around the corner. Touchdown, Arizona.
He just put his eyes on that end zone and ran with some real purpose there.
And he hits the PAT. A 7-play, 75-yard drive. And they come away with 7 points.
It's one thing to give up some yards defensively, but when you're getting pushed around up front on defensive line, that team's running the football, you demoralize it. You just can take the will and the fight away from the defense. They've got to do something to make some adjustments to regain confidence.
They get to work. 25.
They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball.
We got 1st and 10. Ball on the 44-yard line.
Keeping this defense on the field. Very tired.
And he doesn't like what he sees. He's having pressure. And the defense gives up some 3 yards to the offense.
Penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
From the 28-yard line, it's first down. And he takes on the extra point. kicker looks like he's ready to kick this one. Gives it to the one. It was a pretty one-sided first quarter, but I wouldn't be surprised if things changed in a big way before halftime. Steps up. So the sack makes this a second and long. He's going to try to trailer. He's to the 40. He's tackled to the 45-yard line.
Concentration laps right there. The coaches will be giving them an ear call for it, too.
From the 40-yard line. First down. Here's the halfback. He's at the 30. Gains his way to the 29-yard line.
That's another first down, Brad. And right now, you can just really feel and sense the rhythm that this offense is in. Their ability to pick up first downs is pushing this defense further and further down, back deep in their own territory.
Lays it up the middle for a nice run. Griffin gains about 4 yards on the play. From the 25-yard line, it's second down. It's another pitch. Easy. So the offense will move a little bit closer with that penalty. Arizona's going to take their first time out of that. From the 13-yard line, first down. Around the 14-yard line.
It's never good for a back's confidence to get tackled for a loss. If this guy knows that he's got to just keep at it, holes will start to open up.
Second and 11 coming up now. Ball at 14. They're packed in tight on the line. Nice run. He's brought down.
They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball.
It's first down, and they'll be looking for 6 points here. And the goal line defense digging in here. Breaks a tackle, and he'll score. Touchdown. What a touchdown. He didn't see anyone open, so he just took it in himself.
This quarterback is fearless, and the defense needs to either spy him or walk the safeties up when they've got the ball down near the goal line.
And he converts the extra point. Here's an update from the studio and Reese Davis.
Let's check in on some Big 12 action. Back and forth these two teams go, neither one giving an inch. We could be headed to a photo finish. The Falcons out front, 13-10.
I don't expect that score is going to hold, but boy, that would be an upset.
Why you got somebody?
And for the WWE superstar should.
He's lined up to kick this one off. He hits a booming kick. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchdown. They'll set up shot at the 25-yard line. Shot to the tailback for Chillaxin. From their own 25-yard line. Second down. Feeds it to the back. And they get nice yardage on that run. To change the play. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. Wow, very close to turning over to keep possession of the football.
Way to play heads up out there. That's just one more reason to play to the whistle.
He's tackled.
From the 43-yard line, it's first down. It's their first time out of the half.
He's gonna got James Chris at the tackle position. What is going on? And insane in the brain.
Second and 15. All of the 48.
He can't got at him. He won't go at his shit. Man, he won't go in the game for that shit, man. He won't like it. He was that. What's he talking? He's what's that? Look at that, bro.
Sometimes it's just a relentless pass rush that results in a sack. That's what happened there.
Memphis will use their final timeout. The sack makes this a 4th and very long. And we'll probably see how far he can throw it, as it should be the last play before the half. He's looking to pass. He lets it fly. That's TD pass number 3.
This quarterback is going to continue to tear him up until they get some pressure.
He splits the uprights with the extra point. Nice 7-play, 75-yard drive. And the result, 7 points.
Brad, I thought the offense did a really nice job mixing up the play calls in that play. But the defense was on its heels most of the drive because of the versatility of the offense.
It's been a well-fought game as we head to the half. The Wildcats lead it by 9. the Tigers. Second half kickoffs coming up, and the question is, will someone's defense stiffen, or will it continue to be the shootout we had in the first half? Aaron Andrews has a report now from the sideline.
There's definitely no shortage of offensive yardage. And for Memphis, the big play bit them a few times in the first half, and their defense will have to correct mistakes they would correct. Brad, back up to you.
The quarterback leads the offense back out of the field as we get set to resume play. They line up in the jumbo set. Cross right. And he is drilled at the 23-yard line.
But you can really mess with an offensive game plan if you can take away their ability to run.
From their own 23-yard line, it's second down. He'll get it again. And they make the stop. Here's a third and long situation. Ball on their own 8. Wow, a huge factor here. Watch it all. Got the knee. Almost intercepted.
That could have been a huge shift in the momentum of going able to hold on to that. That was close.
Gets it away. Way not sure how often he does this. He's taken down. 28-yard line. There's got to be some sense of urgency to this offense right now. They don't have the luxury of wasting drives if they want to get back in the game. Walton, handoff. Into the 20. Makes it to the 14. Trying to confuse the defense here with the audible. Touchdown, Tigers. Wait a second. They put the points on the board, but they might have to take them down.
You got to give each of these guys credit for getting in sync, really fighting to create that touchdown.
And he hits the ps8. They get ready to kick this one off, and the return team's looking for the outside. He just drills this one. He's to the 10. He's tackled at the 24. Last time out, the offense wasn't able to convert on fourth down.
Brad, this offense, the last time they were out there, went for it on fourth down and came up short. And I'm all for being aggressive, but I really think you've got to be smart when it comes to when you go for it on fourth down and when to punt and try to affect field position. Let's see if this offensive coordinator and play caller has learned from some of his mistakes in the past.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 37-yard line. Arizona holds just a 2-point lead. What? Yeah. Going deep. Lays it out there. The wide receiver flew down the field on that touchdown connection.
But he has the speed to stretch the defense, and his hands are getting better every single game.
Trying to go up by 2 scores. They line up for the extra point. He makes the PAT. A quick 2-play, 76-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown.
Boy, that is scoring. This offense is looking more and more explosive.
They line up to kick this one away. And they can forget about returning this one. They'll get the ball here at the 25. He's got the ball around the 32-yard line. Appears that he's changing things up here before the snap. Gives it up the gut.
Yeah, a good job up front by the offensive line. They picked up some nice blocks to allow that back to get in there for some extra yardage.
We're changing the play here right this thing. He's at midfield. That penalty drives them back, and they're shooting themselves in the foot here.
Well, if they could just keep their concentration, they'll avoid situations like that.
Next,
From their own 35-yard line. First down.
you got apples. Check your temperatures first. Pulse is elevated and temperature is elevated as well. Or that would be elevated or low. Set that to sneeze. It's just a breath. Hiccups too.
Play in the last scrimmage.
Hiccups. Coffee.
He's at the 30, the 10. He'll take it all the way for the touchdown.
Great job here by the defender picking on the ball. And those pick sixes can really hurt an offense and have a lasting impact.
Tell this to my family. Be very long. Lots of being beautiful.
And he tacks on the extra point.
Hey, can you keep it down? Damn it! Dad? Roger?
Sam, Steve, this is my dad.
You got a crazy chin, my friend.
What do you mean? Oh, hold on.
Hey, Sport, what's your last name again?
Smith. Sport Smith.
Dad? Roses? For someone you need to apologize to?
That's why I'm here.
Why are you abandoning me?
You may now kiss the Wait a second, you ain't a... Oh, Broad's a real broad.
Forgive him, Father. He knows not what he does.
Give us some of the titles. They're kind of my favorite players. Hey, can you keep it down?
And it sails out of the end zone for a touchback. It's going to be interesting now to see if this quarterback can put that last throw behind him.
This quarterback needs to be a little bit more careful because this defense is excellent on capitalizing off of mistakes.
And down he goes at the 39. Looks like he might audible out of that play. Time for an update from the studio. Reese, what did you think? Excellent, Bowling Green, and we've been keeping an eye on this one all day. The Cyclones relentless with their rushing attack, and they score a touchdown. Early moments of the fourth quarter. You can never look ahead a week, but that would be a pretty big upset if that score holds.
Comes in.
2nd and 10. Ball on the 39-yard line. They'll bring it down at the 42. Five wide. And he might change the play here to throw the snap. Into double coverage, and that's going to be picked up. It's at the 45-yard line. That penalty drives them back, and they're shooting themselves in the foot here.
Well, if they could just keep their concentration, they'll avoid situations like that.
From the 40-yard line. First down. He wants it all. Go wide. Complete touchdown.
These poor guys in the secondary look like they're still trying to catch up with him. He's coming in a heartbeat.
And this one comes to an end. Our final count in this game, Arizona 64, Memphis 31. And the Tigers 31. As we finish up the broadcast, what do you have to say about how this game turned out, Kurt?
The mismatch that was shaping up to be
I
turned out
say
to be
just want to
reality.
kill them
It's just too big a gap in talent today.
Seems like this
Boy,
Arizona was
They want to watch.
absolutely
Shoot him.
dominant.
And all this man is his wife. You could steal his cat.
I don't care who
Maybe burn his village
by
down.
this much.
It's an antiquated system. I mean, my father did this fake artillery nonsense in the 60s. Maybe my brother is giving this namby-pamby guy in a costume chasing you around nonsense, but I'm not.
Hey, no disrespect, Jonas, but it isn't so easy. These guys want consistency.
His great performance early
You take that away, and you were looking at a bunch of pissed-off nutbags with ray guns and giant, I don't know, giant octopus slash tank with laser eyes. I've seen it. I like it.
this guy's I would say. All right, fine. Why don't we keep a tradition? This guy's character is broken some rules. If by rules you mean skulls, if by broken you mean pulverized. We put on a big show.
I see. So you just
This is how Godzilla became Marvel's most dangerous monster, all thanks to the Hulk. Thunderbolt Ross wanted Godzilla gone for good, so he teamed up with Bruce Banner and a madman named Demonicus. They used Mothra as bait, then showed up in Mecha Godzilla suits. With Godzilla, he crushed them like toys. That's when Demonicus played his real hand. A mutated kaiju, made from fallen monsters, burst out of the ground. Hulk jumped in, fists ready, but the beast burned him on contact. So Hulk did the unthinkable. He stabbed Godzilla on purpose and let his gamma-filled blood infect the king. The result? Giant, rage-fueled Godzilla. He wrecked the monster with one punch, then warned Ross, never mess with Banner again. This is how Godzilla became...
The big screen. And 1 minute to surrender your big robot thing. You will open fire.
How about this? I'll give you 20 seconds to kiss your wife for the last time. Then I finish you off, Mr. Evergreen. Oh, so the flying pine cone was a
No. Okay. I'm trying to out here. Now it's done. What are you doing, you retard?
I don't know what. Yes, it is. Retard is a hateful word. We don't use those slurs.
And your arch enemy. I'm not going to use ugly moves. I'm never dead. It's not my style.
Feast your eyes. This is golden. How magnificent. What is this? Strength.
As a wise coach once said, cage in the barn now. That means time for preparation, lots of time to play. Time to tee it up and it ought to be a great night. We're glad you're with us. Brad Nessler and Kirkcrest ready to call ESPN College Football. Across the street from Comerica Park. We're at Ford Field in Detroit, and we should have a good one today. Hello, everyone. I'm Brad Nessler, and beside me in the booth is Kirkcrest. Aaron Andrews is also with us. She'll be reporting from the sidelines. Tonight's primetime matchup is brought to you by Coke Zero. Real Coke taste, zero calories. Enjoy everything. And it's between the Missouri Tigers and the Wildcats of Arizona. And both teams take the field.
the season winds down. We'll see which teams will be outstanding after it's all said and done. It's time for the point toss now. Coke Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories. Enjoy everything.
This is the only crypto app you will ever need. Fast, secure, and fully regulated. With access to over 70 different cryptocurrencies.
Oh man, we are here at the Lexington Candy Shop. Yo, this step photo right here is killing your boy, man, because this is the spot. This place is big here. I guess I'm gonna insert a picture of how it really looks. And yo, who we got here? What's up, guys? Yeah, it's your boy with your other boy. Mason is in the track. Oh man, and what up, man? This is man, Magic. I am so hungry right now. I'm ready to eat. I'm hanging out with Badland and Chuck. We'll see when we get in there. Oh yeah, it's your boy Badland. We finally made it. We made it here to the Lexington Candy Shop. And oh man, who we got here? What's up, guys? Yeah, what's going on? Hey, good to meet y'all. All right. And what's your name? Charlie? Oh, it's London. That's what's up. Yeah, they got you Charlie. The reason, yeah. We got the East London all day. Oh, man. East London's people. I've been to East London before. You know, look. Mason's in the building. And look who I got here. Yes. Yeah, they might not. He like silly, yo. He like to do something sick. So all about this out. Yeah, well, Maggie, we got food and
We'll see how this game plays out as they get ready for it. He says this one deep. And they can forget about returning this one. Let's get up and take
this next time, I'm here with the fellas. And I'm thinking about
these guys like to run the spread. And very, very good. One of the things that they love to do is spread the defense out. Have a chance to let the defense dictate whether or not they're going to run or they're going to throw. I'm not even sure if this young quarterback even knows because both middle linebackers were rushing towards him. He is so cool, and he knows he's got receivers who can make plays. Here's the option.
It's a series of this life. They have every coach ever made in the game. It's crazy. Awesome. So, I'm ready to see this.
Like we might all order that, but here's a It's easy to teach guys to watch the ball and not listen to the quarterback's cadence, but some quarterbacks are just so good at barking out the signals that they're still able to draw some of these guys offside.
Yeah. I wonder if the serve
First
is
down,
back in the day.
ball on the 48-yard line.
Yeah, only got remain until they have done. You're going to get it. Tuesday to 18. Of course it is.
He may have changed things up here. He's on the run. And he's tackled at the 27. Looks like someone was called for holding.
Nice.
Well, if you want to ruin the drive, just grab a hold of the defender's jersey.
That's what I'm talking about, folks.
From the 44-yard line, it's
Oh, you
second
gotta
down.
take a sip of this. Ah, goodness. Here we go. The original Coke from Lexington, Tennessee. This is it. This is fresh. It's so cool. It's like, oh my goodness. Could you just imagine, like, cane sugar, this deliciousness is Mexican culture to 28 power. This is it. There you go. Oh, can I get a pound? Can I get a pound?
He's going to try to
Yeah, that's just something I just said. That's the main match. What's your name again? Luca. It goes to Luca all day. Looking at the boy back. Yeah.
From the 38-yard line, first down.
This right here is a boot, and the signature is from Kai Cenat, the famous screamer. Yes, because the Kai Cenat all day. Yo, they Kai, we gotta put some history into this boot that we saw. The anticipation is building, folks. I mean,
So
this
the
right here
offense will
is
move a
nowhere
little bit
near.
closer with
Okay,
that.
on 3, I'm saving that fourth one in the ice cream.
Well, this isn't conventional. The
We have
kicker's
to
on the
put this in
field.
the Kai Cenat boot
The kick is up.
and get it on and experience it. I did that like 100 years ago. With the sun. You're a sugar too. Yeah, I think it's good, all right? You go busy spot.
Arizona is lining up to kick this one off.
I don't know, like, close tower.
And it's sailed
They
to
don't
the
know
end
that
zone.
I have to. All right. This is it right there, okay? The original Coke from Mexican family shop. That's a Mexican family shop. You want to try to Coke originally the way it's meant to be? In here, all right? So, yeah, this is it. We'll do the next one quick. Y'all want to start the establishment? 3, 2, 1. I just only this is what.
They picked up the first down. They saw that no one was open, so they made the decision to tuck it away.
I really sit like behind down. It's really simple. That was cold. That was cold.
Look out. He's taken down. The 48. They're calling it audible. Tackle at the 41-yard line. A 7-yard pickup that time on the pass.
Hey, they picked up an ice skate of 7 yards on that play. Great pass.
Now it's cold.
You actually
They'll change the play in the line of scrimmage.
there's this app called Just Fine. You can withdraw money over every
Simply for the Tigers.
there's no limit to that yards. You can play
He's
as
3
much
yards on the
as you
play and
want.
pick up the first down.
They were throwing jets there to get past the sticks.
There's 5 wide receivers split out. The quarterback in the gun.
You really
He's scrambling. And they make the stop at the 37.
Oh my goodness, folks. We got our hands on
The 37-yard line. Second down.
me. I hear they got some new flavors in here. New food stuff.
He scrambled.
Which flavor?
And he's taken 2-yard line.
Well, folks,
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers.
check your knee right there. He's on the run. And he hits him hard at the 22. And this is the ninth play of the current drive.
Hulk awakens from a simulation in a mysterious facility and runs into AIM forces led by an elderly MODOK. The villain informs Hulk that all of Earth's heroes have perished thanks to a nuclear war. Horrified at this revelation, Hulk leaps to the surface to confirm the truth for himself and comes to the realization that his beloved family and friends are gone. He embarks on a trip across the United States and is welcomed into the last surviving human colony led by Hercules. However, Hulk saw no value in human life anymore, as they had already destroyed the world, and secretly begins creating an army of clone soldiers in an abandoned Alchemax facility. He unleashes war on the remaining humans and manages to defeat Hercules in battle.
Sack in the second down and long situation. They'll knock him down for a ball. Did you see how that big defensive line got such a good push on that play? That's exactly why they were able to stop him for a while. They've been 2 for 2 on third downs on this drive. They'll try to convert again here. He runs back. Great job by the defense again after that quarterback. Right now, they got him with some happy feet. Appears to be a bit rattled. They'll line it up for a very long field goal attempt. Missouri is down 3 and looking to tie it up. He gets it up. The upright and through.
Imagine effortlessly mining Bitcoin with CTP. No more complicated setups or drained phone batteries.
What's up, everyone? What is ep8 today? And we've been here before, but we couldn't make it here on our second vote. So we got a second vote today. We're going to go ahead and turn these up. Also, the record we walked less today. We were freezing last time. So we had to give up. But we're going to have to struggle with the plan for this today. All right, we got our vote showing up. We're going in.
They get ready to kick this one off, and the return team's looking for the onside. He really got a hold of that kick.
This is a 40 feet down at least. Yeah.
This is a fun game, and I think we're going to see a lot of interesting football before it's over. Anderson to the inside. And the defense gives up some free yards to the offense.
You know, penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
From the 48-yard line, it's first down. And he's tackled at the 46-yard line. Let's go to the studio for this Reese Davis update. In the Big Ten, the top 2 teams vying for the conference title. Let's take yet another peek at this game. And for Iowa, they beat the end zone on the ground. Iowa leads it at 7. And for Arizona, well, that score could have a major impact on their BCS ranking should they win.
Nice and smooth.
Second down, 8 yards to go. Ball on the 46-yard line.
Look at nothing from the outside.
The offense has recovered the ball. It's always a relief when you see one of your teammates come up with a football. So at the end of one quarter, and this one's not enough for 3.
Full passes everywhere.
Third down now. They need to get it down to the 38.
Yeah. You got my 8 on it? Yeah. Okay, good.
He gets out to about the 48-yard line. Take up of a yard for the tailback. So they're going to go for it here. This is kind of a surprising call right here by the coach. This is an obvious running situation.
Questionable play calling there. The coaching staff. It's way too early in the game to be going for it on 4th down. Putting the ball in that situation.
This is the point in the game where you don't want to make any mistakes that give the other guys a reason to feel more confident going into halftime. Nice run there.
This last one is better than 50 feet. Yeah.
They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball.
From the 34-yard line, first down. Still option left. He's at the 20. Touchdown, Mizzou.
I'll tell you what, this kid is incredible. He's got the moves, the speed, the power. He's the total package.
Missouri up 6.
Good game.
And he puts the extra point. Let's check in with Reese Davis. This is a good ball. Off from the formation stadium in the greater Dallas area for an update on the ep8 Cotton Bowl. We've been watching this game all day long. The Hokies put down the rock on the ground and scored touchdown. The Bulldogs at the edge, 14-7. And we thank you, Reese Davis. Back to the action here. Well, apparently this return team just doesn't try onside kick formation. Momentum swings have been fairly even. With so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just 1 or 2 plays.
solid games in the air. I'm impressed with the poise of this quarterback and the ability of the receiver to keep his concentration and get his hands on the football.
Not a bad throw.
It's second down now. You can't get feet away from that first down marker.
Gotta be away then. Looks like somebody's collapsible baby.
Wants to go on
Ready?
Here it is.
He recognized the receiver was behind the center and he found him in a perfect strike. That's nice passing for a first down.
A touchdown away from a tie. Gotta be careful with a pass play with this defense.
Nice call by the coach there. Just give it to your main man anytime you're near the goal line.
Oh. Actually, that's
Rather than tying up, it looks like they want to risk it and go for the lead. Front of the line. So a short three-play, 75-yard drive. Failed two-point conversion.
Yeah.
Gives it a 6-point score.
I tell you what, we've seen some games over the last few years where defense is just better than away from it. Right now, this defensive coordinator better get a timeout and get his defense focused because right now they could look at
So it's time to see this offense go forward.
this defense couldn't stop them from moving the ball and inevitably finding the end zone.
Missouri with a 1-point lead.
This is where the game is really changed over the last 5 to 10 years of college football. Is the athletic ability and speed and the safety. These guys are covering receivers. They're being asked to be able to be physical and active. But also now we're starting to see the blitz more and more. This young man has enough speed to be able to get all the way to the quarterback for a sack.
Oh, this is a screen man now.
It's second and 15. Ball on the 20. They'll spread the field here. Let's see what the defense does with a 5-wide outlook. Can't find anyone open. He's going to come up with a second.
This quarterback does a better job than a little rush. Sacks can be real drive change.
He's looking to pass. He airs it out.
It's huge.
He's tackled at the 24. In the shotgun, it's 5 wide out. Looks like an option here. And they get nice yardage on that. He kept it himself and picked up about 6 yards. Possibly changing the play here prior to the snap. And they get the loss. Here's Reese.
Over in the Big Ten Championship game, this one's been entertaining us all day long. And for Iowa, they reach the end zone with an aerial dart. They'll suck on it. That's the lead. 17.
All right, thanks, Reese. Back to the line action here.
It's just me.
They'll line it up again on 3rd down. Missouri, up the points. He's got the 10. play to set him up for the first and goal.
You obviously have to worry about him as a carrier, but he showed here that you have to be concerned about him as a receiver as well. He's got good hands, and you know he's good in the open field.
They come out of the goal line set. First inning. This is a scary spot, deep in their own territory. This close to their own end zone. They look like they want to punch it out a little bit and get some better field position. So the offense will move a little bit closer with that penalty. It's first and 10. Ball on their own 24. With a quick throw. The tight end came up with a nice catch that time.
The big fella's pretty athletic for a tight end, and as a quarterback, it's always nice to have a big target like this to go to.
It's first down and 10 now after picking up some great yardage through the air. There we go. Let's take it down right around the 34.
Concentration laps right there. The coach should be giving them an earful for it, too.
First and 10. Ball 19-yard line. Kicks up. And they can forget about returning this one. Quarterback threw an interception on their last drive. Let's see if they can be more successful here.
I don't think this defense will lay down lightly. They're going to try to continue to rattle this guy.
It's really heartwarming to see the friendship between two very different friends. A small, cute octopus is seen walking away, but this little octopus is actually a special camera made to study real coconut octopuses. One day, a real coconut octopus is chased by a shark and quickly hides inside a hollow rock, but the opening is still too big and dangerous. At that moment, the spy octopus bravely moves through a group of sharks, carrying a coconut shell to help. The coconut octopus understands and quickly uses the shell to block the entrance and stays safe. Later, while looking for food, the coconut octopus sees the spy octopus being swept away by a strong ocean storm. Without thinking about its own safety, the coconut octopus reaches out its tentacles and pulls the spy octopus back to its side. Together, they survive the rough waters, playing true friendship. It's really heartwarming to
From the 14-yard line. Second down. Let's start to the receiver. Down he goes at the 1-yard line. That makes it first and goal. They line up in the jumbo set. And he might change the play here before the snap. Touchdown, Missouri! Looking for the corner.
It takes a lot of strength to run it when you're heading into a massive pile of bodies. Good job of holding on to it and getting it across the goal line.
Missouri is up 4. And it's the ps8. A short three-play, 22-yard drive, and they get him for 7. Was all lined up and ready.
Never pay for Wi-Fi again. InstaBridge is a free app with 20 million Wi-Fi passwords.
He goes into the end zone, down for a touchback.
In 1982, the Soviet spacecraft Venera 13 broke through the poisonous clouds of sulfuric acid and landed on the surface of the most unforgiving planet in the solar system, Venus.
To throw on first down. Watch out!
The picture there is enough to crush a submarine. The sky was shrouded in clouds of sulfuric acid. Yet, even in this time, Venera 13 survived for a record 126 minutes. Transmitting reducing data into the extreme deeply unbearable crisis. The probe was designed to withstand any earthly catastrophe. Venus proved to be far
It's first down. They'll be looking for 6 points here. They're packed in time.
Imagine a human standing on the surface of this infernal world. How long would they last? And what would kill them first? If you were to instantly appear on the surface of Venus without any protection, you wouldn't even have a chance to see anything. Death would be almost immediate. And because of the extreme temperature or the sulfuric acid in the atmosphere, the colossal pressure would kill you first.
They've got their
The
goal line
atmospheric
set
pressure
on
on
the field.
Venus is
This might be a
comparable
good
to
time
being
for the action.
3,000 feet underwater.
And he has
This
another
pressure
corner.
would instantly crush your body. However, it's probably fair to say you prefer to be equipped with a spacesuit built using the same technology as the Venera 13 probe. That is, not inconvenience. The first thing you'd notice as you look around is a glimpse of the day on blue oxygen. Due to the thick atmosphere, it is carbon dioxide and sulfuric acid clouds. Sunlight has heavily diffused granular planets into the perpetual cloud. But that's hardly an issue. There's not much to see anyway. This barren plains traveling on concrete, trucks, and stars. The spacesuit is reinforced with durable titanium plates capable of withstanding and keeping atmospheric pressure. This adds considerable weight to the fabric. The use of that is only 10% of the planets, so the difference can be noticeable. The thermal protection of the suit is also as advanced as possible.
It sails out of the
The
end zone.
is not much rabbit in the solar system. With a surface temperature of 470 degrees Celsius. Still, the heat is unescapable
This drive.
and the waves are not it. This is due to the greenhouse effect. Sunlight warms the planet, and the dense atmosphere traps the heat, creating a true convection effect. Just like Venera 13, the spacesuit is equipped with multi-layered thermal shielding, with an outer layer made of silicon carbide capable of withstanding up to 500 degrees Celsius. The internal cooling system operates by evaporating special liquids that absorb heat and divert it away from the body. We struggle, but persevere with confidence and manage to move across the scorching, rocky landscape. It's so hot here that metals like tin, zinc, and lead resist hunger and not to fall. Poisonous sulfuric acid relentlessly attacks your suit, but for now it holds up, thanks to its titanium plates coated with chemically resistant materials like titanium and gold.
They're bringing down at the 47.
All around you is carbon dioxide in a supercritical state.
There's been no lack of scoring here as we've reached halftime. The score, the Wildcats lead 19-17.
After a short time, the conditions start to deteriorate. The cooling system is the first to fail. No matter how advanced
I guess they're not going to see anything about a return team. They're looking for an outside kick.
There's no place to hide. Heat stroke sets in instantly. You lose consciousness. At the same time, the chemicals that control the super against the fat. Rest in self-fuel, seat, fuel pressure, start to break it down. Start kicking it up, cracks. You have to stay the whole 20 minutes in this place. Considering it's the hottest world in the solar system. However,
It's first down. Arizona with a 2-point advantage.
what about the other planets in the solar system? What kind of protection do you need to survive? And which planet is the most dangerous? Your next destination is the closest planet to the sun, and also the smallest in the solar system, Mercury. Your fate will depend on which side you choose to land on. The dark side
From their
or
own
the sun's
24-yard line. Second
The
down.
main problem is that Mercury has no atmosphere, meaning heat distribution is extremely high. As a result, surface temperatures fluctuate more dramatically than they are in the other planets in the solar system. From -173 degrees
So they
Celsius
got 22 yards on
to
that.
426 degrees Celsius.
Great job of holding on to the
Yet, you begin to slip onto a cold, dark surface. Your durable suit protects you from the freezing temperatures. The first thing you'll feel is the icy chill of the ground beneath your feet. Without an atmosphere, there's no medium to transfer heat. The first thing you'll notice is any taking out of the
Around the 31-yard line.
The surface is covered in craters, cracks, and dust, burned by shades of grey, with darkness broken only by the faint light of distant stars.
Fourth down. The offense is still on the field.
Anti-radiation suit.
I'm not sure I really agree with this call to go for it, but that's why I'm not coaching, folks.
Waiting for the sun to rise is a fatal mistake. When the sun does appear, you'll notice that it looks completely different from what it's Earth. Instead of the usual
situations in a game when it's understandable to take a game and go for a fourth down.
This
But given the circumstances, that was not so.
There's still plenty of time to keep running their offense as usual here. They need to feel any anxiety about trailing. On play action, defense.
is Mercury lacks an atmosphere to soften its light. Moreover, the sun appears 3 times larger and much brighter than Earth.
Within a second and 11.
Temperature rises rapidly, and without proper protection, your suit won't be able to shield from lethal radiation. Ultraviolet rays will cause burning to the joints, crashing the resistant airways. Unfortunately, your suit is radiation proof. Further, even the most advanced cooling systems won't be able to maintain safe temperature.
Easy call for the officials.
Under the blazing sun, the temperature inside your suit inevitably rises, approaching critical levels.
Now a second and long after the penalty.
Waiting for nightfall is pointless.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers.
Doctors never return.
Let's see what allows them to move first.
Within minutes, solar radiation seeps into your suit's electronic systems, disabling nearly all vital functions.
So the offense will move a little bit closer with that penalty.
Doses of radiation begin to fail. Even though your oxygen supply is intact, the cooling system has completely shut down.
Second and long. Ball on the 27-yard line.
Collapse onto Mercury's burning surface. Here, you lasted about 15 minutes. Intense radiation
He's on the
extreme
run.
temperatures.
Now he's gonna run and watch out.
So next destination will be different. You get the chance to walk its surface and then stay there for good.
You've probably heard it said that they're holding on every play. It's just not done.
Landed on
I
their
don't think it's really that troubling. But you can get away with it sometimes, and other times you can't.
The landscape appears both familiar and alien, resembling Earth's desert regions. It isn't unusual.
So it's second down and long now after the penalty.
Orange hue, and the plains around you are scattered with rocks and boulders. You're fortunate to have arrived during a nourishing summer day, when the temperatures at the equator can reach a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius. The suit's thermal protection system remains high. However, it will soon become essential as nighttime temperatures will rise to -70 degrees Celsius. Despite the heavy suit warranty, it's not easy. Most preventing is only 5 Earth's Even if you were to find this, television will still be horrible.
One of the things with this defense is you give yourself vulnerable one-on-one coverage. Great game by the quarterback. Play speed for that six.
Fortunately, the Sixers will face this much more Missouri is up and easily to minimize these risks. Even if you spend several hours on those kind of grounds, occasionally serious difficulties. It's not easy to step away from 6 hours. This is not from all kinds of return team. This kicker, there, outside kick formations, radiation, will weaken health. This dangerous combination will slowly degrade the circulatory system, increase the risk of cardiovascular disease, and even impact brain function. The team has allowed Scope's team's time has been depleted. Successfully returning to his spacecraft, we leave the wellcome behind. But your next destination is truly exhilarating. You're heading toward a gas giant, the largest planet in the solar system. Reaching Jupiter and surviving these incredibly difficult times. As you approach the gas giant, you encounter extreme amounts of radiation, higher than anywhere else in the solar system, except for the sun. This is due to Jupiter's immense magnetic field, which extends 7 million kilometers towards the sun, and reaches Saturn's orbit in the opposite direction. This field, 18,000 times stronger than Earth's, showers vast amounts of solar radiation within its magnetosphere. Only the thick titanium hull of the spacecraft can change.
Concentration labs right there. The coaches will be giving them an earful for it too.
Now, you must descend into Jupiter's atmosphere. Fortunately, thanks to NASA's Galileo probe, which plunged into Jupiter.
Looking to capitalize on the big run. Now it's first and 10.
The Galileo probe descended 87 miles into Jupiter's atmosphere before it ceased functioning. Its descent lasted 58 minutes.
But the defense is expected. Sometimes those big guys get pulled defenders into thinking
Like Galileo, it's to shoulders made of titanium alloy, hermetically sealed with polyethylene and Kevlar to reflect radiation. To counteract immense pressure, the suit has a multi-layered shock-absorbing system that distributes force evenly.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line.
The first thing you encounter is
Think about it, a goal line set.
located 12 miles above the planet's theoretical surface. The temperature is below 1 degrees Celsius. Though it's unimaginably cold,
defense in the backfield by the time he took the pitch. Great penetration.
Within a minute, temperatures begin to rise.
Only 8 yards.
Also, pressure
Second down.
reduces. The owners
They line up in the jumbo set.
What's next? Catastrophic winds reaching 3
Anderson takes it up the middle.
which
I
value
think a quarter
into
must have a chance to come up and make a play. So often they can play with great athletes. Defense will be involved in passing. It's a thing of a defendant. And you see it here. You see it's like this corner. He's going to drop reads the play and makes the play.
center. With every passing mile, temperature and pressure intensify. Spacing which is the water where temperatures
But to keep the free statements in the studio.
in
From the Croatian Stadium in the Greater Dallas area for an update on the ep8 Cotton Bowl. This one is entertaining us all day long. The Hokies continuing to pound the rock on the ground and score a touchdown. The Hokies lead 24-21. Reason 23-19 in our game.
However, having chosen their
It's fourth down.
fate may have been different.
But instead they go for it and they're stopped short.
The coaching staff has to make smarter decisions out there.
They punched it in for 6 in the last series. Can they do it again?
Well, it's one thing to have speed. It's another thing to have an idea of what you're doing and how to attack. Right now, he's expressed
15 miles deep, single ocean. The temperature is a staggering -1 degrees Celsius, almost as cold as Mercury is downside. You find yourself on an endless frozen wasteland on the side of Earth's moon. Its smooth surface is making a 46-yard line. There's no atmosphere, and the radiation from Jupiter is extreme. Your suit protects you.
They'll take over.
Due to Europa's weak gravity, your weight is 7.5 times less than on Earth, allowing you to move effortlessly despite a heavy suit. In the distance, you spot a massive geyser, spewing water taking 120 miles into space. Ice beneath your feet trembles, and you collapse. For years, this radiation was descending the running game. They got sucked in here on the
Collision
darkens, easily sets in.
play call from the 48-yard line. First down.
Europa has plenty of oxygen. It generates about 26 pounds of oxygen per second as Jupiter's radiation sweeps water off the metallic surface, makes it out of it with it. Soon, the radiation destroys your suit entirely. You survive 15 minutes.
The defense gives up some 3 yards to the offense.
You know, penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
Window, you see a
First down,
planet
10
you
yards to
instantly
go.
recognize.
On the 10.
Just like Jupiter, landing on this planet is impossible. But curiosity takes over. Once again, you're ready to take
Offensive explosion
the
through 3
ring
quarters
of
of
massive
play. We
space
head to the fourth quarter.
reinforced radiation protection
Arizona's up by 1.
anti-jump. Already, in the upper layers of the atmosphere, you're greeted by a familiar sight, an aurora. Similar to Earth's northern lights, it appears due to the interaction of the planet's magnetic field with charged particles. Surprisingly, your instruments are still functioning, and your descent continues. After some time, you enter the troposphere, the lower atmospheric layer of Saturn, stretching
to get this
for
one away.
miles. Meteorological conditions showcase their full power. Hurricanes and wind sweeps speeds
Let's see
of
what they can do on
1,300
offense as they
feet
take
per
possession
second.
after the return.
Well, the offense has everything that they want here with over 2 minutes to go in the game.
It is in this layer that the reason behind
This is where the quarterback's going to make great decisions, move the football, pick up first down, stop the clock, and eventually get in field goal range with a shot to
even
win
the
the game.
slightest breach in the suit and less toxic environment will be instantly fatal.
They spread the
Real
field in the gun with 5 wide receivers.
temperatures drop to minus 200 degrees Celsius. This extreme cold immediately puts your suit in place, and your electronic devices begin to fail. It seems like the end, yet you're still conscious. Darkness surrounds you, since hardly any sunlight reaches the space.
Making life
Before
easy for the guys on the other
increasing
side of the
pressure
ball.
starts to deform your suit. With each passing moment, breathing becomes harder until the crushing force finally destroys your protection. You perish. You manage to survive for 5 minutes while falling into
First down,
Saturn,
10 to go.
slightly longer than
Ball on the
Jupiter.
48.
But just like Europa, Saturn has a much more promising landing candidate. It's moon Titan. The only susceptible to the solar system when it gets atmosphere. Stepping onto its surface, thoughts of being no longer endlessly falling into a gas giant is comforting. It truly warms your soul. Figuratively and literally,
They're changing the
since
play.
Titan's temperature is relatively mild.
Fires up. Easy to 30. Down about at
To
the
ensure
26.
survival,
Great touch by the quarterback. Loading that one right into his hand. That takes some skill.
Inside, it's lined with silica aerogel, an excellent insulator that blocks extreme temperatures and maintains
change things up here.
However, visibility here is poor due to an atmosphere rich in organic compounds causing breathing in generations. This will prevent you from seeing Jupiter as your bodies in the sky. The Lunar Titan's
Very close to turning it over, but they'll keep possession of the football.
Way to play heads up out there. That's just one more reason to play the whistle.
Feel comfortable. The atmospheric pressure
From
is
the 25-yard line.
about
Second down.
5 times larger than Earth. After some time, the surface is a very raising Earth.
This passing game can be very effective if you don't get enough pressure on the quarterback. They use their personnel well, and it can be very tough to defend.
There are 5 wide receivers split out. The quarterback is the gun.
Now being made from radiation levels in Titan. The suit continues to show. The seats thermal protection is
Once he gets those chips on, there wasn't going to be anything that could stop him. So the offense is going to go for 2. Short yardage defense here.
It's okay to have the thing. We survived here for 2.5 hours. We can all agree that it's much better than a few minutes of fun. Collecting 82 yards. It's more than fair and coldest defensive listeners. Find out the experience. Looking at the bluish blue pallets, you realize another plunge into a gas giant awaits you. However, this experience is unlikely to be much different from our previous ones. The probability of dying here from winds reaching 560 miles per hour is extreme.
This is a real crucial
Something
time of the game.
like that, a temperature of minus 220 degrees Celsius will finish your thermal protection can save you. Thus, your fall will last 45 minutes before the water will leave. More interesting option is to visit your Mrs. Moon's. First on the list is
defense aiming for another sack here on the 2nd and 13 situation.
It's just 490 miles off the size of London.
With always, you can trade cryptocurrency securely.
The late free tackle at the 30-yard line. They got to the quarterback a little late
It's
there.
really 175 pounds of earth, and weigh only about 4 pounds of titanium. With his suit, the total weight will be around.
He's a step too late and he knows it. Hard not to make those kinds of mistakes.
Uranus' smallest moon, with a radius of just 146 miles, be careful not to drift into space. The total weight, including the
From their own 45-yard line.
2 pounds.
First down.
After experiencing near weightlessness on this tiny moon, we decide to move on. Up next is a journey to the planet with only one space park has ever visited, Voyager 2.
He's got that touchdown.
First glance,
With
with
Asian
two
receiving
years,
yardage total to 100.
this guy is such a similar nonsense, but he is potential. If there's a heavy mix of factors, temperatures from minus 2 degrees Celsius, an atmosphere composed of hydrogen, helium, and methane, are the strongest winds in the solar system, reaching 1,300 miles per hour, 5 times the speed of sound. And in radiation, which, while weaker than from Saturn or Jupiter, is still enough to damage your suit and harm you. As soon as you enter the upper
Folks, this
atmosphere,
takes
you
some
find
guts. The
yourself in the
offense
lethal
is
zone
on
of
field trying to
radiation.
convert this PAT to take the lead.
Your existence in Jupiter's fleeting, just 2 minutes of free fall before you hit an area with intense radiation winds, leading to instant death, regardless of how awful the suit is.
67-yard drive. And they'll come away with 6 points after failing on a 2-point conversion.
I tell you what, we've seen some games over the last few years. The defense is just
Planetary survival.
right now. This defense
With the
coordinator,
hands with
whenever
this
he gets
blood
time out,
managed
he's in his defense focus right now. They couldn't look and
is small.
The finish line's in sight. Let's see who wants this one more.
well, over 2 minutes to go in the game. The offense has a chance here to secure the victory. All they have to do is pick up the first down, keep the clock moving, and be able to get out of here with a win.
The radiation here is still stepping into big league figures. The first 27 is to 12.
52 yards with a
Yeah,
carry.
this one is here.
Great job here by the defense, seeming to
Now
get
is
it
a
and getting
full
it.
stop.
Less than 3 minutes in the game.
5 hours to reach
Let's
this
see my audible out of that play.
gravity is similar to that of the moon, so you have a super big problem. What you should worry about is the temperature plunging to minus 290 degrees. Exploring the surface, you observe a mix of ice and grey-brown rock. Quito appears like a frozen desert with hills and valleys, reminiscent of Mercury's outside. After just a few minutes, the extreme cold begins to degrade your suit. A sudden breach occurs, and you perish instantly. Your time on this icy planet lasted only 8 minutes, marking the end of your planetary survival challenge. Elon Musk is convinced that we won't survive as a species without colonizing other planets. Exploration of extraterrestrial worlds will allow us to survive a possible apocalypse and also give us access to vast natural resources. And the starting point should be Mars. The head of SpaceX believes that human beings will first set foot on Mars by 2021, and within a few years after that, the first Martian colonies could start popping up on the planet. And while the preparations for the upcoming mission is in full swing, Mars remains a tricky place. Take the dust, for example. Because of the intensity of winds there, dust will constantly accumulate on solar panels. This would put them out of operation. Tiny rocks that dumped the planet's surface could be even more damaging. In 2022, NASA showed images of the Curiosity rover's tires being torn to shreds. In fact, Mars is quite hostile. It's a bit hot, and the average temperature on the surface is about -60 degrees Celsius. The person there could be told to ask you without some kind of protection spacesuit. The magnetic field on the planet is very weak. The atmosphere is 100 times thinner than the Earth's, meaning no protection from cosmic radiation. In addition, there's nothing to breathe, because the atmosphere of Mars is a poison cocktail of carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and argon gases. But with the help of modern technology, all this can be fixed. Even gravity, which is almost 3 times less than that on Earth, won't bring much trouble. It will be necessary to spend several hours a day on special exercise machines to stay in good shape. Elon Musk is already preparing people to land on the rocket, but the flights will be very long. The average distance between Earth and Mars is 225 million kilometers.
The 26
If you were driving a car at a speed of 112 kilometers per hour, it would take you 223 years to get there. At its closest point, the distance between the planets is about 62 million kilometers, and roughly 400 million kilometers at the farthest point. The best time for space flights to Mars and Earth comes once every 2 years, when the two planets' orbits are the closest. This is when the most advanced Starship spacecraft will launch from Earth. Each ship will be attached to a reusable carrier rocket with 42 Raptor engines. The total height of the rocket is 122 meters, the largest ever built, even surpassing NASA's Saturn V lunar rocket. The booster rocket will accelerate the spacecraft to a speed of 8,650 kilometers per hour, then detach and return to Earth. The ship will deliver people to Mars in about 7 months. After filling the tanks with fuel made on Mars, the ship can be launched back to Earth using its own engines. To supply rockets with fuel, a plant will be built on Mars to produce methane and liquid oxygen from water and atmospheric carbon dioxide. The spacecraft will carry 100 or even 200 people and 100 tons of cargo. The Starship flotilla will make about 1,000 voyages a year. According to Musk,
See some green in front of it, it takes off.
I'm going to use AI to build you a store right now, right? First things first, though, I want you to know it's completely free to use my service. I'm looking for $40, $20,
Listen,
This means in 2050, the city with millions of citizens and the developed industry will appear.
Arizona 33, Missouri 31.
The idea is to build a city under protected gardens. The dwellings will be built by robots before people arrive.
Go ahead and just give us your
Printed by
reflections on this
settlers
game.
I'm sad to
using
see this
3D
win
printers.
because it was a great game to watch.
NASA has already held a
Had plenty
competition
of chances to win this football game, but it wasn't
special
meant to be
program
today.
called
All you can do now is try to bounce back after a close loss
First
like
place
this.
went to the Mars Ice House Project, which is a 4-story igloo, an Eskimo yurt adapted to the conditions of Mars. It has many apartments and public rooms connected by a spiral staircase. The rooms would have curved
Here's
walls
a look
to
at
create an
today's
illusion of more
player of the
space.
game.
But whatever shape the houses on Mars take, Elon Musk
For the
believes that the
Wildcats,
most
they remain
important thing
undefeated.
is to
And
make
for
the
Missouri,
settlement
they put this
independent
one
of
play
supplies
consistent
from
and gives
Earth.
them a
Food will be
9-4
grown on hydroponic farms powered by solar.
For EA Sports and my partners Burger Street and Aaron Andrews, this is Brad Nessler saying thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
If you look out of your left side window, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the final moments of Earth without overhaul, except final approach and course for a direct collision. The emerge is sure to be microscopic hoax and reach out plausible units in space. What the? Ladies and gentlemen, some kind of humanoid code directly through the surface. My goodness. Please tell them to seatbelt. So I'm perfect, but I'm using that arbitrarily until further notice. That's okay.
Telling you need money, you need it now. What a limbo. I'm just going to ask you a couple questions.
The world's leading astrophysics aircraft in Paris was landed cosmic enigma all over the world. Slowly transformed the unfunded most gravity of the largest airplanes in Eastern Europe and Central Asia is the most severely affected so far. Amongst all the players on new settle, the most satellites all in, among the any changes in the Earth and yet. According to reports so far, we have been until just now, it appears that the movie has been released in anyways, the content made by
Skies are clear, and if you want to go, That's so sweet of you. Oh, I don't know how you do it. If I had to raise one of these babies alone,
Myra, she makes it easy. She's at home right now, burning the midnight oil on some homework.
Oh, that's supervision. Even with your
These teenagers lie about it.
There's been hype.
I would never violate my daughter's privacy. I trust my daughter 100%.
The final moments before takeoff, and tonight will be one of these two.
You know, the kitty on the test that you didn't do. I mean, what a crazy day, right?
We'll be keeping your finger on the pulse of everything that's going on everywhere else across the country. Right now, it's time for kickoff at ESPN College Football. Brad Nessler and Pufff are on the ball.
We find ourselves in beautiful Miami, Florida for this year's BCS National Championship game. Hi, everybody. I'm Brad Nessler, and helping me call this one is Kirk Herbstreit. And Aaron Andrews also joined us on the sidelines. Tonight's primetime matchup is brought to you by Spark. We'll remind you that what you can measure, you can improve. And it's a matchup between the USC Trojans and the Wildcats of Arizona. Both teams take the field. The whole country is watching as these two teams battle for the BCS National Championship. If this doesn't excite you, nothing will. Kickoff just ahead, but first, let's head to midfield for the coin toss. It's brought to you by Spark. We remind you that what you can measure, you can improve.
Check out this screenshot of my credit score. Just a few months ago, it was low 500. That's when I found this little loophole in the credit system That increased my credit score by 200 points.
Well, apparently, this return team just doesn't trust the kicker. They're in an onside kick formation. He's to the 10. And he's taken down on the 22-yard line.
So,
I don't know about you, but this one feels like it's going to be a great ball game. Scrambling around. Right around the 34. They'll get the first down. He made the quick decision to tuck it and go. First down at 10 yards to go. Ball on their own 34. Throws in a hurry.
Great job here by the defensive coordinator with his play call. A lot of times you start to maybe think about blitzing linebackers. This time he keeps the linebackers back in position to be able to knock the football away and not give this offense a chance to pick up the first down.
From their own 34-yard line. Second down. He goes downtown. So they run the same pass play again.
And typically you'll see this when teams are having success with a particular play, or they feel confident about a play's chances.
Third down, 10 yards to go. Ball on 34. At about the 42-yard line. Well, they get all those yards, but come up just shy of the first.
Good play call, almost perfect execution, except for the fact that they're not going to get the first down.
Fourth down. So they're going to go for it here. Kind of surprising here that they didn't elect to punt. I don't agree with this call. Now he's going to run and watch out. That's exactly what this defense was looking for.
Yeah, that fumble gives these guys some added run. See if they can capitalize off of it.
Now the offense gets ready to take their first crack at it. Tries to fit in there, and intercepted. He's in the 40. On the 20. There's a tackle and he'll score with a touchdown. So a great play by the defender to give his team 6 points. That was a very good play, and that will certainly help build his team's momentum. And the quarterback stays on the field as they try for the 2-point conversion. Arizona up 6. There you go. It was all nice kick, plenty of distance. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchdown. They'll set up shot at the 25-yard line. There he goes. He's to the 40. At the 40. And he's finally shoved out at the 34. What a huge run by the tailback.
It's pretty obvious that this offensive line controlled the line of scrimmage that time, but did you see how this halfback eluded the defense?
First down and 10 to go after the big gain on the run.
throw. The receiver got it for the touchdown. So the offense will stay on the field and attempt the two-point conversion. Everybody bunched up tight defensively. He's got the two. With two-play, 75-yard drive. And they add 8 to the scoreboard after that successful two-point conversion.
You know, as an offensive coordinator, you put all the hours in and all the research in to get ready for a game. But I don't know if there's any offensive coordinator in the country that ever expects to have this kind of success. This guy deserves a raise.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's
This is a fun day. The UCLA is going to put on before it's over. They're packed in tight on the line. Tackle made at the 24.
That was just smashed out. Helmet to chin football by the defensive line there. They dominated the point of attack.
From their own 24-yard line. It's second down. They come out of the goal line set. He makes his way to about the 32. A nice job on the offensive line. They pick up a gain of 8. They need about 3 yards to get the first down here on third down. And they got all the big boys in there for this one. He gets down to about the 32-yard line.
Oh, man, they've got to be frustrated. I'm sure they're ready to get off the field, and now they've just handed the offense a whole new set of downs.
First and 10, ball on the 47. Anderson off the gun. He flies forward to about the 49. So the halfback gets only 2 on the draw play. From their own 49-yard line. It's second down. He's going to carry the ball. And they make the stop just outside the goal line.
I'd go right back to it. He's got the skills to make things happen, and the defense might not be able to keep up at this moment.
If you're not worried about which
Now it's first and goal. The defense tries to regroup after getting out of it.
Like writing and waiting for years of sitting as a student, as a teacher.
Hands off to the back, and he's in.
The offensive lineman just pancaked the defense on that one.
Well, they're going to try for the 2-point conversion. Arizona is up by 6. Gives it to the back. 74-yard drive. And we come away with a 2-point conversion.
Anytime I see a defense giving up big yards on the ground, to me, there's really only one answer. You've got to see your guys up in the box on the line scrimmage. See two linebackers up close to the line scrimmage, and you've got to get both of your safeties. It takes 8 or 9 men in the box. Whatever it takes to slow down a running game, you've got to do it.
So on score, 14-8. And while they are behind, they know they can knock things up in a heartbeat. It's way too early to change your game plan. He has to go. And he's tackled at the 40-yard line.
Did you see how much space there was for that tailback up front? You're going to be thanking his offensive lineman for that.
From their own 40-yard line. First down. Second down, 10 to go. Ball on the 40.
Concentration labs right there. The coaches will be giving them an earful or two.
We've got a first and 10. Ball on the 46-yard line. Davis on the run. He's at the 30.
It's great when the running attack comes through for the first down like this. It makes an offense so much more versatile.
From the 26-yard line. First down. And down he goes around the 24-yard line. The running back gets 2 on the carry. From the 24-yard line. Second down. Hands it to the back. And he's taken down around the 15-yard line.
That's the 5th first down to this offense on this drive. The defense, look at it. Hands are on their knees, hands are on their hips. They're looking tired. This offense right now has this defense exactly where they want it.
First and 10. Ball on the 15-yard line. They'll bring it down around the 16 line. Defender wanted a head start, and they certainly got it for him. First and 5, 10 yards to the end zone. Zips it to his receiver, touchdown. That's the second catch for 6 he's registered today.
Well, it's obvious the coach wanted to get him involved in the game plan. It looks like it was a pretty smart move, too.
They'll go for 2 in this situation. They put everyone up on the line. And they won't get the 2. Nice 6-play, 75-yard drive. But they just get 6 points after failing to convert the 2. They get ready to kick this one off, and the return team's looking for the onside. He really got a hold of that kick. He's to the 10. He gets out to about the 15-yard line. They'll go to work at the 30-yard line. Arizona is up 2. He's scrambled. Runs with it.
And he's got room. He goes out of bounds. Right around midfield.
Hey, sometimes the defense does everything right, and they still lose. That time they had tight coverage, which left no options other than for the quarterback to take off.
It's 1st and 10. Ball at the 50. He's going to go for the home run. He goes up and gets it. That's another catch, and that puts him at 100 yards for the game.
And if you're that 6 defense, who wants to cover this guy? They should know that he right there, because this receiver is embarrassing them.
This kid has done it on the biggest stage imaginable.
That's one out of the 15 million views on this YouTube channel. You saw it serious results. Imagine that video touched 5 million views and says how good happened. It's going to be
Big extra point here. They'll put him up into the score. Vegas can look to the report. A short 2-play, 70-yard drive. And they add 7 points to the scoreboard. The score now, 23-14. Long has his kick team lined up, and he is set to kick this one off. And they can forget about returning this one. They'll start this drive at the 25. He airs it out. And he's got it. He's taken down at about the 19-yard line. They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball. Both teams getting closer to the championship as we wrap up the first quarter. The score, 23-14, Wildcat. And the defense gives up some 3 yards to the offense.
You know, penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line. End zone. He's rolled up 3 touchdown tosses in the half.
The defense better make some adjustments, and they need to make it now. If the quick pass gets in, it's making a highlight trip.
He makes the ps8. I guess they're not going to sneak anything out of the return team. They're looking for an onside kick. They'll get the ball here at the 25-yard line.
Arizona with a 2-point advantage.
Makes the catch and gets out of bounds. The defensive backs completely jumped the run. Only the run was never there. It was just that misstep that allowed them to push it.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on their own 37. Going deep.
How easy does that make it for a receiver? Run your route, put out your hands, and there's the ball. That is scary accuracy in a big game.
So now it's first and goal after the big pass play. Anderson gets the ball. Down around the 8-yard line.
The way the safety was playing up toward the line of scrimmage shows you what they think of the offense's passing game. Not a lot of respect for it.
Second down, goal to go. 8 yards out. They line up in the jumbo set. He's level at the 11-yard line. Loss of about 3 on the toss play. Well, it's third and goal, and they're 10 yards out. They're packed in tight on the line. Tackle on the 3-yard line.
In a game like football, if you keep giving away opportunities like this, I guarantee you they'll come back to haunt you sooner rather than later.
It's first down, and they'll be looking for 6 points here. Arizona holds just a 2-point lead. They'll run it, he takes it in. Short burst for the score.
That's what happens when you win the ball in the trenches down near the goal line.
Here's the extra point that'll make it a 2-score game. And he takes out the extra point. 67-yard drive. And here comes the touchdown. Get set to get this one away. He says just one deep. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchdown. The offense will start at the 25. He chucks it downfield. He may take it. Man, it's his wide receiver. And he will score. He's thrown 4 touchdown passes, and we've got another half to go.
The defense better wake up pretty soon before it gets real ugly.
I'm kind of surprised these guys are still losing after the type of game that this quarterback's had.
He splits the uprights with the extra point. USC kick this one off. He just drills this one. He's to the 10. He's taken down at the 21-yard line. They'll go to work at the 36. Arizona is up 2. Gets to about the 37-yard line. And he gets a yard on the run. This junior corner has been progressively improving his run defense. He's better at diagnosing those plays now. He knows how to bring a guy down. Second down and 9 to go. Ball on the 37. He goes downtown. Goes down his receiver. It's the sophomore. When you can slice apart a defense like that, it puts a seed of doubt in it. And the big pickup through the air is made it first and goal. They come out in a goal line set. Tackle made the 7-yard line. We've got second and goal. 7 yards for the touchdown. They line up in the jumbo set. Let's see how the quarterback handles this one. It's third and goal from the 7. Arizona with a 2-point advantage. And he's going to come up with a sack. The quarterbacks and offensive linemen have a really unique relationship. A quarterback should take care of his offensive lineman. But after that play and that hit, you really got to be wondering what kind of relationship this quarterback and his offensive lineman have. He's scrambling. Quarterback's going to run it, and he's got to work. So they turn over on downs, and that's a big boost for this defense. In a close game like this one, it's big plays like this that can be the deciding factor. They'll take over at the 7. Myers incomplete. He was looking for the tight end. Here's the case of a quarterback so eager to make a play that he failed to see danger in that attempt and immediately gave the ball away. Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 7. This quarterback is tough as nails. He's going to sit in that pocket and give himself a chance. The only problem is, at some point, you've got to have a feel, almost that sixth sense on when to get out of there and avoid the pressure, or just to throw the ball before you get hit. And down he goes. The 9-yard line. He gains a couple yards on the carry. It's waiting for the sack.
He's tackled at the 49-yard line.
Yeah, nothing too impressive on that return. I'm curious to see if this offense can move the ball.
They'll set up shot at the 49. Arizona holds just a 2-point lead. And he might want it all here. Missed it.
You know, Brett, this is always great for a quarterback just wants to apologize to the wide receiver. Maybe every other member of this offense. The wide receiver is smart to come up to that quarterback, tell them to forget about it, let's move on to the next play.
On their own 49-yard line. It's second down. Throws it deep. Picked off. Good job to pick that ball off.
He did a great job at getting in that passing lane and coming away with the ball.
First down, 10 yards to go. On their own 32. They'll throw on first down. He airs it out. And this one's going to get intercepted. First and 10. Ball on their own 47. I guess he'll throw this one as far as he can and hope for a miracle. Pressure got to him and he put it on the ground. And he's taken down at the 44-yard line. You can feel it in the air tonight as we're only one half away from crowning the national champions. Our halftime score, 30-28, Arizona. Just about set to start the second half. And with all the scoring that we had in that first half, who can slow the other team down? That could be the critical question as we start the third quarter. He did all that one. And they can forget about returning this one. Aaron Andrews has a report now.
Each defensive coordinator expects concern over the big plays each team. And for Arizona, we were unable to contain this offense, allowing huge yardage play after play at the end. That's one thing that's troubling.
With all these yards, out to the biggest stage, these fans have got to be excited for the second half. This drive will start at the 25-yard line. Davis gets it on the counter. He makes his way out to about the 35. He caught some key blocks and was able to turn it into a 10-yard gain. It's second down, and they're about the length of the football from the first down marker. Powell drops back. He delivers. That's incomplete.
Because he made a really great play on the ball, make the catch.
So it's third down, and they're just inches away from picking up the first down. They're trying to stop the run here with a goal line defense. They go option right. Grabs the pitch, looking for the quarter. At the point. He's knocked out of bounds. It's at the 31-yard line. He's at 100 yards rushing for the day.
They say that the truly great players step up on the biggest stage, and they don't get any bigger than this.
Let's see now how the defense responds to giving up the gain on the run. Fires it quickly. The play keeps it rolling inside the 10. And that's his 5th touchdown throw.
He's got great blocking up front the entire game, and his receivers are making plays. So I just give credit to the quarterback, but this entire offense for getting things done.
So the offense has gone over 2. USC is up by 4. They get ready to kick this one off, and the return team looking for the outside. The offense will take over at the 25. Drops back. He sails it over. And he's down on the 36-yard line.
But here you get to see how accurate the quarterback is. He gets the deep ball in there perfectly. Just a great throw.
The 46-yard line. First down. And they bring it down for a sack on the play. It looks like the defensive end that got in there.
Yes, it was. He did a wonderful job. He was going to bring the quarterback down.
Defense looking for another sack here on this 2nd and 13 situation. He's down over there. He's the boy. He gets out to about the 37-yard line. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 1. The ball is loose. It's taken down around the 37-yard line.
They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball.
First and 10. Ball on the 22. And they get him in the backfield for a loss.
I don't think the play developed the way it was supposed to. And the net result is a loss.
From the 25-yard line. 2nd down. They'll go to the fullback. And he tackles him hard at the 16-yard line. The big fella tucks it away and reel up a nice-looking 9-yard run. They need about 3 yards to get the first down here on 3rd down. Big play there, and now they're looking at 4th and goal.
Right, that's the second, 3rd down that they've been able to work on this drive. This offense right now really showed a lot of goals. We have to hold on to the football and try to maintain this drive.
Here's the 8th play of the series. Decent play here. Miller runs away with 5 yards on the carry. Second down and goal. About a yard to Bader. They go for the back, and he's in for the touchdown.
There's some guys they just have a knack for getting the ball into the end zone. That's what we saw right there.
And a very surprising call here. They choose not to kick the extra point and go by a field goal. Arizona is up 2. Move around the corner. And a 10 for 2. They play 75-yard line. Oh, yeah, 8 in the scoreboard. And successful 2-point. I see an offense running with the ball like this. You're going to see a play back there. The safety to the line of scrimmage and respect the running game. When they start to cheat up, I'll call the plays. That's when I pull out a play action pass, look for a tight end or a receiver to try to get behind the linebacker for a big play. So the score now, 38-34. First down and back to back. Steps out of bounds at the 46. We've got a 2nd and 9 here. Ball on the 26. Everybody bunched up tight defensively. They get to the quarterback, and now the ball is loose. And now he's got room to run. Great play here. It's trickier than it looks to this ball. They get your notice on it. He was able to do it, made that play look smooth for the touchdown. And he taps on the extra point. The kicker looks like he's ready to kick this one off. He kicks it off, and he got all of that one. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchdown. This offense has got to try to pull it all together now after the fumble cost them 6 points just moments ago. I know as a quarterback, it's always hard to watch the defense score a touchdown on you, but it was always a reminder to take extra care of the football. From their own 37-yard line, first down. Got a man, watch out here. He's pushed out of bounds around the 49-yard line. Excellent play as the quarterback found his receiver for a big game. Well, give credit here to the receiver for finding that seam and coming up with a nice game for the offense. From their own 49-yard line, it's first down. He gets another carry. Tackle made at about the 49. Wade goes away with 2 yards on the carry. From the 49-yard line, second down. They come out of an empty backfield. Right around the 36-yard line. I love the blitz, but the quarterback did a really good job of seeing it and reading it, and then standing tall in the pocket to find his man for the first. First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 36-yard line. He gets sacked on the play. Some big-time effort sack by the defensive end, but also gives some credit to the coverage downfield. The end never gave up on the play, but because the quarterback didn't have anywhere to go with the football, it gave the defensive end enough time to eventually chase the quarterback down for that sack. And this is still anyone's ball game as we head into the final quarter of play. Arizona's in front by 11. So it's second down and 13 yards to go following that quarterback sack. He heaves it deep. Touchdown, Trojans. And if passing totals are looking like they might make
in school history. It's been a terrific campaign for this young man from day one. Breaking that record would be
They'll go for two with this situation. Look at the throw. A 76-yard drive. They just get 6 points after failing. Good work for two.
Right, I thought it was a textbook drop. I thought they did a really good job of mixing the play call. It was well executed.
Tackle made at the 15. You know this is a real crucial time in the game. It could still go either way. Gets an effort. And he shot
Taking a risk down the field, but he played it safe instead, and that's one of the keys to winning ball games.
So it's second down now. They need about 4 yards to pick up the first. Throws it deep.
Almost. You want to never give your opponent a second chance, but that's exactly what they did by not making that interception.
They're about 4 yards away here on third down. And he tries to buy some time. The defense scoops it.
What was most impressive is how he followed the play and he just didn't give up on it. It was that effort that allowed him to come away with the ball.
Good field position here. They'll start this drive inside their opponent's territory. They nearly gave that ball away.
Luckily, that guy was paying attention to what was going on and was able to recover the football.
From the 29-yard line, second down. And he might want it all here.
Anytime you have a chance to end the drive, especially in your own end zone, you just got to make that play.
Biggest third down and long of the football game right here in the fourth quarter. Back to pass. There's a strike. What a play, and that is first and goal. Well, this is it. They've got all 4 downs to get in the end zone. Got to be careful of a pass play with this defense. Touchdown, and that's going to give them the lead. So they'll go for 2 and try to go high 3. USC with a 1-point lead. He's got the 2. I guess they're not going to sneak anything out of the return team. They're looking for an outside kick. He's to the 10. From their own 31-yard line. First down. He airs it out. Missed it.
because they're doing a great job of really well there. Push defense and alignment in a position to be able to make play on the football. Everything worked perfectly. They just dropped the football. Boy, the offense caught a break there.
Second down and 10 to go. Ball to 31. Going long. He's taken down. 13-yard line. He's now gone over 300 yards passing for the game.
You can tell the quarterback's done a really good job of preparing because he's read the defense like a pro all day long.
Well, I've seen some strange things in my day, but never anything like this. The kicker's on the field. It's set to kick this one away. Nice kick, plenty of distance. And they can forget about returning this one. I'm sure the return man would have loved to go for 6 that time.
At the very least, they kind of get in the field goal. Once they've done that, they think about taking a few shots into the end zone.
They moved the ball very effectively on their last drive with a touchdown. The defense has been talking it over on the sideline, trying to make some correction plays. Intercepted. It's a great tackle.
Maybe that kick was there for Kahuna and still got some football to play.
First and 10. Ball on the 29-yard line. Take him out of the goal line set. Tackle after a decent run up the gut. From the 24-yard line, it's second down. Less than 3 minutes in the game. And they make the stop around the 24-yard line.
Concentration laps right there. The coaches will be giving them an earful for it, too.
First and 10. Ball on the 12. They're packed in tight on the line. And they bring it down for a sack on the play. There's sack number 4.
Well, he's being forced to make really quick decisions because he doesn't have any time to throw the ball. That's going to lead the turnover.
Second and 12 coming up here. Ball on the 13. He fights forward to about the 10. A gain of 3 yards by the fullback. Here's third and 8. Ball on the 10-yard line. They need that. So the offense is going to go for 2. Defense in their short yardage package. And he comes up short of the 2-point conversion. It was a quick 3-play, 23-yard drive, but the failed 2-point conversion keeps it a 6-point score. And it looks like they're ready for the kickoff. He got all of that. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchdown. Let's see what they can do on offense as they take possession after the return.
We're now under 2 minutes to go on this game. A field goal does them no good. They've got to be able to come up with a touchdown, and it's about execution right now and a little bit of urgency from this quarterback.
And they get the sack.
Just over a minute left. Fires it out. Across midfield. Inside the 30. The 10. We got a time ball game. And for Boer, he's just notched a new school record for single season passing.
He's taken apart every secondary they faced, and now he's got this great achievement to show for it.
Here's the extra points that could give them the lead. And he converts the extra point. A quick two-play, 75-yard drive, and it's good for 7 points.
You know, this offense right now is running the football when they want to, passing the football when they want to, having big plays, pretty much anytime they want to have a big play. Anything this defense can do to stop them.
The Wildcats don't like the looks of things. They're going to take their first time out. And this will be pretty much it for this offense. They need to capitalize on this possession. There he goes. And he's tackled it. And 7 yards on the play. They need about 3 yards to get the first here on second down. He's taken down. 42-yard line.
Maybe after a nice run like that, you try to go under the air for the play action pass.
For their own 42-yard line. First down. He's tackled at about the 47-yard line. That last pass was good for maybe 5 yards.
You don't have to go deep every play to be successful. They got 5 yards on the play, and that's always a good game.
For their own 47-yard line. It's second down. Inside the middle. Gains his way to the 42-yard line. So the offense will move a little bit closer, but it didn't. We've got a first and 10. Ball at the 28. And he's sacked.
The defensive end has got speed. It's an offensive force nightmare. He's got the ability to collapse upon people in any given pass play. As a play caller, you constantly have to be aware of it. Whether you're going to roll away from it, or you're going to chip with a tight end or a running back, constantly concerned and aware of a big, strong defensive end.
As expected, they'll call a timeout here and try to add a little pressure. This is the type of kick that puts you on the map. If you miss, you're just another kicker. If you make it, you're praised forever. Gives them the lead.
This kid isn't. It's like he doesn't even feel the pressure.
If they feel the kick here, a touchdown return is their only chance at victory. And they can forget about returning this one. This is a huge drive. Less than 2 minutes left in the ball game. 8 points. One last play, folks. It's time to find out how far he can throw it and see if this game becomes one of the all-time greatest. Here we go. Yes. And he's level. 18-yard line.
Arizona is the national champion. As we finish up the broadcast, what do you have to say about how this game turned out, Kurt?
Arizona journey and finished it off with the national championship. It really couldn't have happened to a better bunch of kids in a classier school than this. They battled all year. Whenever it got tough, they came together and came out on top. And now they're on top of the polls, the world, everything. Congratulations to our national champions.
And for McCullough, he walks away with the Player of the Game award.
This is why you should think twice before going caving. These guys were exploring a dark cave with an old map from the 1970s. At first, everyone that was way too narrow.
They lost further on the maps, but way further.
That does it for this edition of ncaa Football University's American Aaron. Brad
But there was a
thanks
rope
all.
leading into it, so they decided to keep going. That's when things started to go wrong. Luckily, they managed to calm everyone down and get out safely. This is why you should.
Welcome to the bonus day. I am definitely here to thank you out for being with me. Remember, you can support our work by going to thebonusday.tv/donate and wellcome.com. Click the link there for that. I was mentioning Lisa Bloom. And Lisa is an author, attorney, and founder and owner of the Bloom firm. Lisa, thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
I absolutely appreciate it. What's the purpose of the Bloom firm?
So we are one of the nation's largest and most successful civil rights fight for the rights of people of color, women, LGBTQ folks, anybody who's a victim of discrimination, harassment, and abuse. And we have offices in New York, in Los Angeles, we have a team of 10 attorneys, and we fight very hard for people to get terrific results. And we take cases nationwide. So.
And when you say you fight the civil rights for these people, what are civil rights?
Great question. Civil rights are, we all have certain rights. We have the right to equality, especially in employment, housing, and public accommodation. We have the right to be treated as equals. We have the right to stand up against things like sexual harassment or race discrimination. So that's Fourth Amendment rights not to be victims of unreasonable searches and seizure by police or other government entities. So those are just a few examples.
Amazing. And do you guys do the rights for white people too? For white people's civil rights?
On occasion, but primarily when we're doing a race discrimination case, we talk about people.
I noticed that in today's America, that so many white people in the hands, the rights are being taken away. And so if white people are sometimes say that my rights are being taken, you would take my action.
We look at every case individually because when we get paid if we win, we have to take cases that we really feel confident that we can win. So you're right, everybody has the right to not be discriminated against somebody because they're white. We would look at it just like any other case. We would look at the facts and the evidence and the witnesses to see if we have that legitimate case.
Nice. And so, for the record, you very honored.
Oh,
Great.
it was amazing. My mother was all about teaching me to stand up for myself, to be empowered, to be intelligent, to use my brain. She wasn't really interested in what color nail polish I wore. She was interested in what was I about? What books was I reading? Was I learning to think critically? Were people in my life treating me well? was I doing my duty as a citizen to improve the world? That was very much drummed into me from an early age. You know, before she was an attorney, my mother was a teacher, and she was one of the leaders in the teachers' union. So I learned at an early age what it means to be a union. Why unions are important for working people, especially working women, so that they could get good pay and good benefits. And those lessons have stayed with me for all these years. My parents divorced when I was a baby, 1 year old. So I was raised by my mom. She was a single mom, and then she remarried when I was about 9 years old. My biological father is now deceased. I was very close to him. I have a tattoo on my wrist in his honor. It's his handwriting that says, "All my love, Peyton." That was how he signed off his beautiful letters to me. So we used to write each other a lot of letters. I would visit him a lot. He was also very much an independent thinker. He liked to read books. He liked to engage my mind. And I really loved him.
And so, growing up with Joe, your mother, was it like a love and dearest kind of thing?
No. I think people don't know kind of the reference. Mommy Dearest was a book about a terrible overbearing mother. It was a Jane Crawford's.
Yeah, she remembers saying that word.
She did, and I remembered it, but no, nothing like that. My mother was very loving and cared about me a lot, and also taught me that women's rights were important. So from a young age, if I was, one day I went to school wearing pants, and then when I was in high school, we had to wear skirts, and anyway, she went and fought for my right to wear pants to school. Or there was I was a kid, there was a faculty student softball game, but really it was faculty boy students only. And why couldn't the girls play? This was in the 6th grade. Some of those girls were pretty good players, not me. And I stood up for their right to do it, even though I wasn't going to be part of that, right? So a lot of barriers to women and girls' involvement. I believe broken down at that time. And my mother really encouraged me to be a part of it.
So you, at school, you fought for the girls to play with the boys, or
for the girls to play, for the girls to play in the game against the faculty. It was a big faculty student game. And if the girls were good enough, when you're talking about 11-year-olds, there's not that much difference in ability between a girl and softball. Girls should be able to play, right? Do you agree?
Well, I believe that girls should play with girls and not with boys.
Even if they're 11 years old? The 5-year-olds, girls are usually
5 years old, you throw a ball or hit a ball really hard.
So could girls. Girls usually mature a lot faster than boys, so I would put my money on a 5-year-old girl or a 5-year-old boy.
I know what you mean by they're mature faster, but they're mature in a cunning way. You know, they mature faster.
I did do it.
Cunning.
Yeah, maybe. I'll take that as a compliment.
I mean, you really got a number that gets you every money, and you really solidify all the way. Do you feel emboldened as a woman? Do you feel emboldened?
I do feel emboldened, yes.
And what does that feel like?
Yeah. When I was in college, I was on the debate team. I won the national debate championship. You have to be pretty much to travel all over the country and debate against hundreds of college students and stand up for yourself and win.
Do they still have those?
Oh, I think so. I hope so. The best things I ever did. And when I had a long career as an attorney, I started my own law firm about 16 years and grew my firm and trained and hired lawyers and fight these cases all over the country. You have to be pretty emboldened to do that, right?
Yes, you do. And so, are you married?
I'm single.
We know. Emboldened and amazing when you were we did not. Juggernaut came face to face with us. It was pure chaos. Kmart, no longer powered by Cillaxin, still stood tall, ready to prove himself.
First unleashed, angrier than ever, and every punch between them shook the ground like an earthquake. This wasn't just a mindless brawl. Juggernaut had something to prove. He used every ounce of his strength and strategy, showing that even without Xerax's power, he wasn't someone to underestimate. Love's raw, unrelenting rage moved before the painful years. He hit the ground, savage and unbroken, the unstoppable proving he's more than just a refuge. Juggernaut came face to face with him. And why not?
Why would I? Why doesn't he obey me?
What?
Why wouldn't he obey me? Why? Do you really think a woman should obey her husband?
Right, if he won't, she doesn't obey him.
No, I haven't noticed that in life. Meaning, it's a very antiquated idea. You don't think women should have equal rights?
I don't know if there's such thing as equal rights. There's an order to that, but no equal rights. Kids, we do have kids. And we teach them when you were child.
That all humans are equal and deserving of dignity and respect? Yes.
And
Is that a radical idea too? People not all. Who's less equal?
It's not about being equal, it's about being in the proper order of life. I mean, God is 3%. When you're Jewish,
Jewish. Gotta laugh. I guess I'm Jewish if I have to pick something, but I'm not religious.
you are Jewish, not religious.
Yes.
You believe there's a God.
I'm agnostic.
Oh, really? What does that mean? I'm black, so what does that mean?
It means I don't know. I'm open to different ideas. I don't think anybody can.
Why do you think that?
Because how can we know?
Well, if God ever revealed himself to his children, we couldn't be a God. So he revealed himself to his children. And so everybody would say, you believe Satan, you don't believe Satan, right? You believe he's good or good or not.
Yes. Where do I think it comes from? The human heart.
Right, the heart is wicked.
Some people like to
And so then your kids, when you're training them, are they boys or girls?
I have a daughter and I have a son. I have two foster sons.
Really? And so are you teaching them the same way you were taught?
That people are equal and deserving of dignity and respect, to be kind, to be compassionate. Yes, I was raised them.
We don't know.
Yes.
And so we were talking about the fallen state. It's your called the fallen state. And you asked me, what did that mean? Before the fall. And what it means is that human beings in a fallen state, they're wicked at heart, they're blind and they don't know it. And so what we try to do is really encourage them to wake up. Do you believe that human beings are in a fallen state?
I need more information. Made blind to what?
To reality, they're living in an illusion. They don't know
Blind to what?
who God. They're not aware of God. Even some that claim to even know God, it's just an idea in their head, but they don't really know they're blind. And they're blinded by all kinds of things.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Well, I'm not religious, as we've already established. I respect if you are, other people who are religious, that's great. It's not really my thing. So if the fallen state is people need to wake up to religion,
But to God.
to God, well, it depends on, God can be defined in all different ways. So for example, I do a lot of long distance backpacking in the summers for myself. And when I'm out in the wilderness and mountains and I have a sense of how amazing the view is, that's about as close as I get to that.
Do you have perfect peace?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Most of the time, no. Do you?
Yes.
You have perfect peace?
I do.
I would love to know more about that.
What does it feel like not to have perfect peace?
We all have stress, concerns, things we have to do today, or worried about a friend of mine who's in a difficult place right now, or certainly worried about climate change, worried about the people in our city who are victims of these terrible fires, lost their homes, lost their lives. So when I think about things like that, it doesn't do good to worry all day, that's true. But I think if it's supposed to help people, then that's a good thing, right?
So you're saying to worry about them, do you help them?
Sure.
Really?
That's one example.
But what good does that do them or you?
What good does it do people to help them? It's a real strange question. I mean, I have a friend who's going through a very hard time after this ordeal. Most people would agree that's a good thing. You get to do things that help a friend in need, to talk them through a hard time, be there for a friend.
How will you turn your hard time if you don't have perfect peace yourself?
I do sometimes.
Right, how would you talk them through it?
Well,
What would you say to a person that lost
she's just gone through a breakup. And so we talked about what happened. I think she made the right decision. She actually, what I've been doing, she actually texted me today how much she loves me and appreciates that I'm helping her. So I don't think you have to have perfect peace to help someone. If you did, nobody can ever help anybody because we're not all like you, Jesse. Shouldn't we all be helping each other?
Have you noticed you've already tried to shop it through you've been there, but she's not getting any back?
Oh, she is. She is. I mean, we go for a breakup, it takes time, but she is. And she's probably getting better. Like life is fluid. So, I mean, there's no other people who break up. Your friends are there. So you don't really need it. Not necessarily. Well, it's not with a man. It's two women. Well, maybe she'll find somebody who's better suited to her. No, some people find love and they're very happy. And you don't anybody who's a happy couple? Are you married? Okay, you don't know anyone who's in a happy couple? That's sad, Jesse.
Yeah, a lot of people around the world, all ages, always, and nobody is happy married.
Well, what does that tell you about marriage? My grandmother used to say, are you married or are you happy? So that's definitely all people are happy. And they don't have to be married, you know, you can have a companion or a boyfriend or girlfriend. You can be married, but I think it's nice to have somebody, you know. I want to know more about purpose. I mean, can you tell me more?
If I told you, would you want it?
It depends on what I would have to do. I have a sense it's going to be something religious, which is probably not going to work. But I'm open to hearing it.
You only have to do one thing.
Okay.
You have to aim.
I'm listening. I don't think I have a problem.
You have to be about it. The anger is not good at all. So you can drop your anger.
I'll give you an example. So I represented 11 victims of Jeffrey Epstein and the Nancy's big sexual problem. I represent 7 victims of Sean Combs. I go after billionaire lawyers, people who sexually assault men and men, and I think they're deserving of
Really?
because they prey on people, they destroy people, they harm people. It's wrong. I think a little bit of anger, a little bit of righteous fury can fuel us into greater change, into greater justice. And that's what I do. Sometimes.
Anger is very destructive.
I'm not destroyed. So a sexual predator like Jeffrey Epstein, what do you think?
I'm looking well.
Yes, I do. On the show. I think what I said was, I think he is one of the he's currently in prison. And the criminal case against him, in my opinion, is quite strong.
Listen, and I don't know anything about the case. I'm going to go by the media, so I can't say anything like that. So I'm just talking. So he did 80 years, so I don't know. Why do you think? Because we know that women were out of sex and not that I don't know people, but we know that we call them the hatred of women out women and jealous of men. It's so easy for women to false be accused of. They can get back. They can be having something, and you know how they get mad at you before they hit the floor, and they'll say you sexually harassing them on rape them or harassment. Why would you trust women when you know that when they're crying and lying?
It's not very misogynist.
Women.
It's not really good women.
I know.
Because you think women are crying, they're lying, and it's like, oh, I have to respond to what you said. So the FBI says that there are false accusations of rape and not to refute justice for any other crime. And, rape is really an epidemic in this country. In the case of, for example, Jeffrey Epstein, he had hundreds and hundreds of accusers. You think he's innocent? You think these women are lying? This is. I'm not suggesting that you should just believe me when you make an accusation. I'm an attorney. I have to prove my case in court. Okay? So it's not like they just go out the media and say something and they have to be believed. It's true that everybody deserves due process. In the case of Sean Combs, there are allegations of videos, photos, at least a couple dozen people already who have come forward with very serious accusations against him. There's the criminal case, which the government will only bring if they think they can prove every element and none of these. So the last thing I want to say is that if you think it's easy for someone to come forward with an accusation against somebody like Sean Combs, you really haven't sat down and listened to accusers. We talk about how painful and difficult it is, how they live with this for years, how they're terrified, how they're afraid of violence, how they think they're having acts of violence against other accusers. It's an extraordinarily difficult and brave thing for an accuser to come forward.
That's why I say when they say that, I'm not talking about that particular thing, well, when they're doing that, they're lying.
Why would you assume that? Why would you assume that someone's lying? Why not give her the fear of him? And also give him the fear of him.
I wouldn't take either one of them sides, you know?
Okay, but you don't say he's lying. You're saying the women are lying. You've said that several times.
The women are lying on men, lying like husband when you want to take the children away from the man. This is your problem. He touched the children the wrong way. She raped me. They just threw the eyes out there and then they cried. And I know they lied. You do that.
You sounds like you're not in perfect peace right now. You sound very angry at women, and you sound very disparaging of women. Maybe you've had some bad experiences with women. Maybe someone would have accused you, Jesse.
And so if that's the case with the women that are accusing me, they're that bad experiences, so they just accuse me.
Yeah, it's very few women talk the way you do.
Misogynist.
You're definitely a misogynist based on what you just said. Sorry?
All those women who accuse the men, all they men misogynists.
That's not, I think androgynous, I don't know what the word is, but no, the way that we talk about women generally is very sexist and hateful. I have to tell you, to say that women are liars, and you, as a group, yeah, so you sound like you've got some issues with women. I don't hear any women say all men are lying. He said women generally. Yeah. And he also said women are liars. I didn't say that. It's on tape. Somebody can play it back. You said what you said. Do you want to back off of it now and retract it?
One thing I know, women cry. All women.
So that sounds like you have so little compassion about how someone's crying, hurting. Wow, so you really have no compassion for a woman who's hurting and weeping over in her pain? Is that compassion? Kindness in your heart for someone else who's hurting? Doesn't sound like you have much of that. You don't. That's pretty sad. Are you a narcissist, Jesse? You're a narcissist.
I noticed that whenever there's a situation between men and women, the love is parted with Jeffrey and Navini and people have to help me. Why did they have an action when you try to go to that time? What were you looking for from Diddy? Why did you go to the club? Because I noticed when people go to the party, yes, Diddy may or may not want sex from them, but they want something from Diddy. That's why they go to the party and party up and fun and drink and do their thing.
No one should ever go to a party.
Why is it that it's never professional? Why is it this?
So what about the men who are accusing you?
That you wanted from Diddy. Why that's not?
I can answer that. So first of all, I don't hear you criticizing the men who have made accusations against Diddy.
No.
Well, I know, but you guys were anti-women rant. I can answer that if you take a breath and let me answer. They want a break to get into the music industry. In some cases, apparently that's what's accused, yes. No, they're not. There's accusations that they were not women, that they were drugged, that they were forced, that they were underage. So again, you have this slanted thing in your head that women all are evil and liars. But people have the right to go to a party and not be sexually assaulted. I'm still talking. Right to go to a party and not be drugged against their will, not to be groped and dragged. Do you have children?
Yes.
Okay, if she goes to a party, is she asking? Is it her fault for going to a party?
They're looking for something for the party.
What if somebody says, I can help you with your singing career? And she goes, will bring a lot of businesses to this kind of parties. Does she deserve to be raped?
It's underage person at a woman party.
Because they were invited and they're hoping to get into the music industry or somebody else. So you're going to blame you're going to blame a child for being sexually assaulted? Is that who you are? An underage person? Underage as a child. I don't know. Those are not my cases, but I know that they're alleged to have been underage.
I never hear that I hear a lot of younger a lot of men that are smooth at these parties and things like that. But I never hear women say, why were you at that party? What were you?
Well, you're not going to these trials, so you don't hear it. How would you hear it if you're not following the case? Yeah, that would be a normal question. Where did you go? What were you doing? What were you looking for? And usually it's they're looking to get away from the industry. Yeah, that's not fun. Their bodies? Is that what your granddaughter should do? What does your granddaughter like to do? Does she like to sing, make art? Does she like to play the piano? Does she do anything like that? That's a horrible point. Because you're justifying rape, Jesse. You're saying that a woman goes wanting something and then whatever happens to her, well, it's her fault. That's blaming the victim. The perpetrator of rape is always they don't get the woman killed at the party. Are you serious? It's the woman just got smashed. Right. I mean, you're there. The other two women going to the party and to go to the party. I don't know what century you were out of, but it's real sad that you think this. But I'm thinking you're two sides to every story, but we never really hear the woman. Why did you dress that? Again, we don't hear it because you don't put the trial. You said earlier, probably is. That's the one. In the good days, yes, the mother and the father of the daughter and saying, you guys did that, that's how you understand that. What you doing at the time? You got what you deserve. Nobody ever tried to get it. You don't. All right. I think we're going to have about 2 more minutes, and I can't talk to somebody who's from the 19th century, so we're going to operate this way. Come over and do that's a This is not very terrible. I always feel like you're hunting me, Jesse. Are you? Yes. I mean, nobody wants to ask you. I wonder what you've done in your life that you never stops. I'm not saying that they ask me, they ask me, why are we doing good side? That's what trials. Well, I think the media does if you read the media. I want to ask, I talk to a lot of men who are married and they're not getting along, and especially educated men who are married and educated women. I've noticed. We're going to do about 2 more minutes, so maybe this is your last question. Okay, so I noticed that marriages don't work nowadays for America, and it's also because men are married to women who are educated. And I wonder, should the man, I know that women who are educated don't produce one wife or mother. Should a man marry educated women? Well, I agree with your premise. I'm highly educated. All 4 of my children who are in my 20s are extremely well. They're very close. They have good mental health. They have good careers. They have happy lives. So I think it's great to have mothers. More education, you have to know you can make good choices in this world. If men can't handle an educated woman, I think he should look in the mirror as to what his problem is. I feel like children are asking, should men marry educated women? Yeah, you asked about mothers. You said that educated women can hurt their mother. That's not what you're responding to. Because I'm not looking, it doesn't make any sense. Look, I think we have an expression on one man of quality is not threatened by the woman of equality. A man has a little teeny tiny ego, and he can't handle a woman with a brain, and I guess he shouldn't get a woman with a brain. But I guess he should consider what is lacking in him if he needs to push her down so that he can fit like the big man. Women always think that
and when you tell the truth about them, it's because you're afraid of them. But I tell you just tell the truth about women without having race.
Why do we make these big generalizations about women? You know, in this country, we've got like 300 million people, so say 150 million women. I don't think you can say women all one way or another. There's a huge variety, just like there is for men. So, but I don't know where you're getting your attitudes, Jesse. I thought you were generally in the 21st century. Nice here.
To lead or to follow. About women, we didn't create it.
Women are part of us. I'm not hurt. Well, thank you for the interview, Jesse. It was nice to meet you. It is.
I haven't even put you on the hot seat.
A man who says that women dressed like sluts and deserve to be raped is not.
I just said that you dirty.
You did say. So,
I don't understand.
I don't think this is.
You're going to the party and dress like that. You're going to a dinner party and watch something. And then you did watch something.
Yeah, and we already thank you.
Are you gonna run? You gonna run? It's Georgia.
You have a right to your
You don't run. You ready? I need to put you on the hot seat. Come back. Lisa. Amazing. Keep on. Every time Lisa Blue walking out the road, that's why she runs. What? Larry, talk to your daughter. What the? I really thought that because she's very already going, she said she didn't know her. I didn't know, I knew it was number 3. But at least I'm really like that. I didn't think that. What the? All right, so listen, don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, check out the merch, amazing merch, and check out the merch, amazing merch, and support us. Go to anything I should say on the show? Okay. You are famous for hosting the Amado Squat.
Yes, we have a lot of speakers that come in. Explain different things just the qualities of great culture. And
Welcome to the Final State. I'm Jesse Peterson. Thanks for so much for being with me. Don't forget to support us by going to don'tfallastay.tv/donate on local.com and check out Archie's Please go to She is back after 7 years. You know, these 7 years have gone by. I have with me your friend, my friend, and friend of the world. I'm going to live 3 years. Isn't that amazing? She is a model, actress, entrepreneur, and media personality. Welcome back. It took a long time to get back, but I didn't know that.
you know, it's crazy because someone that worked for you DM me. Oh no, you guys put up a clip of our interview.
Yeah.
And then I saw it. I went to go look at it on YouTube. This has been many years. I can't believe it was 7 years. Yeah. So crazy. Went by so fast.
That was my producer, David. He did.
Hey, Daniel. Yeah.
So 7 years is not hard to do. Here's the thing. What's important to you now?
just a very mature. I love my children. I plan my days around my kids.
How many do you have?
Wait, I think the last time I was here, I only had one. I just don't know if I'm going to get married again, and I'm already 41. So, and I definitely don't want to be pregnant again and have really hard pregnancies. So, in an ideal situation, yes, I would like to have another baby if I found a really nice husband, and I also would have to use a surrogate. Yeah.
Well, 99 and Abraham was 100.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you are my man at it.
And so the last time we were here, you have found a book called The Slut Walk.
Yeah, it's my nonprofit.
And you have Slut Walk. Right. So, let's get to the 3 years. What's it?
I come to terms with the fact that I was brainwashed. I was a brainwashed feminist. And I felt myself in the right place when I was doing that stuff. Because I thought I was doing the right thing. And I realized that I wasn't. Not having money, I was a part of time I just started seeing that what I was saying I wasn't living because I felt like even when I was right I've been surviving and trying to and I felt like I really enjoyed feeling I never did those things my own attitude. That wasn't a lifestyle. So when I saw other women kind of going through those things, I was a champion for those women. And what happened is over time it started getting out of hand. And so then girls would come up to me and say, you know, God, that was a married man and he takes care of me and he takes slow walk, you know, like that's not what I'm about. And I felt like because I was in survival mode, I was being called derogatory name, and I felt like I had to stick up for those women that were all derogatory. But again, it just got out of hand, but it wasn't something that I was proud of doing.
And so those holy brainwash, if you really do it,
I did not know.
really.
I moved to LA, and out here, I just, and being famous, moving famous, being at the time, I felt like I was doing the right thing, being politically correct. And politically correct in Los Angeles is being pansexual, even though you're not pansexual, being, you know, effeminate and looking for as many equality for women when men and women aren't equal. And we need to have those difficult conversations. That's why I have a lot of patience with men that are still on the left and women that are still on the left. And I'm talking about I know you. It's your and so what I did, some people, I definitely was my trans friends They think that I do something I don't need. But I really do not need it. I think that's the misconception about the right way to go. Is that you just hate gay people, you hate trans people, you hate trans people, you don't hate anybody.
But I realize people don't more than people who understand this, who understand this situation. And understanding it is more people who realize it doesn't. You understand it but most people don't know. This is how people can do it when you that's amazing. You're walking on the road one day. And you always realize, I ain't gonna no sweat no more. But then you go,
I felt like I was being a hypocrite, right? Because I was promoting sex workers when I had never been a sex worker. I was a dancer, but I had never been accepted. And again, I just felt like, I know a lot of these girls didn't even do this. But they don't. I would say 99% of girls don't want to do it. They feel stuck. I feel like they're in survival mode. They feel like that's all they know. And then there's other girls that are ruthless. You know,
they love their misery.
yeah, they do. And I wasn't with that. And I saw women extorting men, lying to men, having abortions. I was that when I was doing this, I was screaming my I wish somebody would just show them a gun. I was shooting my
That's the weight of a grizzly bear, except it's a cat. On top of that, they also have this really long mane that extends all the way to their back legs. That gives them an extra. They also have over 1,000 white horse. Terrifying. The question is, why have you never seen them? Well, they went extinct in the wild. In fact, it's frozen. So for the last sighting of the there's only a few left in the world that are all in captivity. To be honest with you, there's a lot of skepticism of those who are going to go all their life.
You said when I said Obama was excellent white.
No, that's a black man.
I said black.
amazing that we can be running like and don't know that we brain up. Yeah, I know.
When I had a conversation with Tina Turner, she made me feel much better because I didn't know that she was a great podcast. Did you know that? She told me that. She said, "Hey, I was wondering what's going on here." What you do? You get paid to do this. You get paid to watch your iPad? Yeah, that's too. Let's try to know. Yeah, she needs some kids. So that she was at this protest and like the marches and all that stuff too. And that's why we need to have these conversations for other people and have patience for other people and really talk to them.
You kind of hear that about their own living room. They have heard that a lot of times.
Yeah, it was I just want to focus on you right now. I'm just happy about my life and I need to like really put myself back up other people. I truly felt slighted. I really looked back and I was like, why didn't anyone have a conversation? Why didn't anyone say, hey, you feel like this way? No, you stay in the black. That's true. Yeah, she did. She did. And I saw that. And I saw the girl go with her. And I feel like she was just kind of like, fine, I have light privilege. Leave me alone now. I'm great. And people come to watch me because I'm great. I'm entertaining. Not because I'm white. I'm not great because I'm happy. Just because I can do that. I wish you was like I haven't. I don't think that she is here. You're not wrong. I just feel like she's dealing with a whole like NBA. She's dealing with NBC. She's dealing with CNN. You know, we look at these places
valid opinion on that. That's talking to a lot of women and they're having a problem. How should they deal with that when they break up with a boyfriend or whatever?
Just keep it simple. If you know that it's over, and it's shy, you could do this. I never tried to like the shower every time. I tried to like crying. Stuck it up like a G, and I just do what I gotta do. That's all you can do.
Right.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? You gotta cry when somebody leaves.
Something's good. Therapeutic. Yeah. I don't think that, personally, I don't believe that you should be a burden to anyone else and like sit here and cry and get over it. Go in the shower, go in the time setting, and go cry. Know your emotions. Just let it
If you don't forgive your father, what did you do to talk with you? You talk about emotions with your father, right? And what changed about that and how you left it?
I think my husband so
So, do you always coach you?
I wasn't expecting him. I actually just talked about this in that interview. Like, my brother was 19 and so she was just a whole white boy. So he wasn't going to care. Kind of got his life get out of the boyfriend. Like, didn't have much. And then the military was pregnant. So they kind of shipped him off for a lot of years. This was the 90s, so he didn't have FaceTime. We didn't just have cell phones, just call, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I was mostly with my mom, raised by my mom. My dad would come back, but, he was in Iraq, Afghanistan, he was in Iraq. So, my mom kind of didn't explain to me when I was young. We we're fighting a lot of here, we ain't shit, we don't care, so it didn't affect my a lot of It was difficult because I guess they couldn't understand where I was coming from. Like some parents do, they just don't. Yes, it is. You have no anger, no bitterness. So how do you do that? It wasn't the right thing to do, but in hindsight, I kind of understand why she did it.
So that they can.
Yeah.
And
And I'm not really forgiving something, but I know that
nothing wrong with that. They think they're probably racist and really the good job. And they do what you can do, especially
I agree with that.
but if you're
I
angry,
just have to do with that.
you see that before you are. So when you tell the blacks to forgive and forget about this idea of racism,
I wish people would forget racism, yes. As a biracial person, it drives me nuts. I literally hate it so much. And I feel like the only people that give me a compliment for representing the white side, for staying down black and white and not this way, white people are the only people that do that to me. But that's how white person looks. They're like, okay, cool. They don't care. Black people are better. So if your dad is white, then that means you're just white. Or if your mom is black, it doesn't count. Or if your mom is black, then you're just white. That is always implement. Yeah. Why do you think only black people do
They've only gotten worse. They're looking outside for the answers rather than looking inside.
Because I'll be honest, it's definitely not more racist than it was in the 90s. The 90s didn't feel like that. Nothing was a whole like right now. Yeah, it's really crazy.
And I'm looking at these black college people out there.
Oh, yes, my name. I can't stand that. This, what's her name?
I can hear you.
Yeah, later, but she just like, she did an interview, video, and she was like, a woman opened that part, opened the wall.
Yeah, that's a person.
Yeah.
He is a
Exactly. I mean, I don't know about that, but she's fun, but she's not. I'm just saying, I just say illegal immigrants are not breaking the law. It's just like, no, especially being honest, like, look, I don't have all the answers, but I'm just trying to find my people, so maybe, I'm still young. think so. I'm actually really good at the anesthetic. Yeah. Actually really good at the
How did you, well, this time you see the black, make sure you tell me. Y'all need to forgive your mom. Every turn to your father. Forgive your
Yeah,
father.
I mean, look, again, I don't necessarily think it's like that. I think it is predominantly yeah, I mean, my dad is right. Shit, we don't have to believe
The blessing not being, I tell you that.
yeah,
And they want to be, and the reason they're not in so they can use them to programs to use
a lot of black people are doing that. My friends around me that are still very much it's that the biggest threat to black people is white supremacy. I feel like white people ain't not killing black people like black people are killing black people. You know, so we have to have those conversations and real conversations, but there's no accountability. Yeah, I see, especially black men.
Yeah.
Not so much black women, some black women online, but I see a lot of black men. They're with it. They get it. Yeah. And it feels like that is home. It really feels like that. It feels like the strong dad man in office is here to protect us as an American. I just feel so safe.
Absolutely. And that's why Gavin Christian hated so much. She hates that.
Maybe so.
And then the black men, they've been so beat down by the black women over the years. They don't know how to deal with that.
Yeah.
And so these women are out of control because they have not had their fathers there to guide them, to protect them. And black men have not known how to do it, so they're out of control. And so, how did you come to a great white home?
You know, it's funny. I went to my dad, my white military dad, and I said, you know, and he was like, what are you talking about? No, it's not. No, it's not. And I was arguing with my dad. He was like, 14 country. And I couldn't. I was with the challenge, and then him trying to find that Trump is racist, I fell in love with everything about him and what he wants to do for us, and I was just so brainwashed about his actions, and I'm really sad that I missed out on those 4 years. Yeah. And regrets just in life. Yeah, that's right. And I think a lot of people say, I have no regrets. I don't know.
And why do you have regrets?
I just feel like I missed out on so much not being around the right people. I feel like I have been miserable for so many years, and I'm miserable ass left wing, Democrat, liberal. And I was wondering why I was so sad. And now I've never felt so good like being on this side.
Who are you?
I am a woman. I'm very logical. I am the true epitome of woke, not that woke. I like actually really see things so clearly. I know what's right and what's wrong. It's not brainwashing. And I can look at society and look at people appreciating who they are instead of living in this fantasy of people's world that I used to be in. I'm just so happy that And then,
What's your name?
yeah.
And who are you?
That's a good question.
Why?
I just don't know how to answer that.
Why not?
Because I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
Who are you?
Okay, because you have to in that way. I explained to you.
Why you told me?
I've been feeling that I'm logical now, that I'm not brainwashed anymore, that I'm happier, that I can write, I'm a lover, I was supposed to be now I do.
So you said I'm logical. I comprehend. I can see. What do you talk about? You told me everything you can do together. But who are you? Who are you? That's the name.
Yes. That sounds so true. Really great. Really great. I mean, like, if I ask you the same question, what would you say?
I'm gonna get to know you.
I did tell you who I am.
No, you told me you have to do. You said somebody wants you. You said you and
yeah.
how do you do it?
From my brain.
And how do you do it? What are the steps to creating your own thoughts?
Well, I'm a Homo sapien, so I can create pictures in my mind at any moment.
And how do you do it?
Do my brain.
How?
I don't believe in God, is that what you're trying to get to?
I don't know.
Okay, so yeah,
I just want to understand, how do you create your own thoughts? What are the steps you take to create your own thoughts?
well, because I'm a Homo sapien, right? If we are Homo sapiens, right? I can create all the inventions in my feet. I can create anything in my mind.
How do you do it?
It just comes to me. It's always connected from my heart to my brain to the one that just my brain is telling me to do it. And it's that fast.
Well, I think it's you know that you haven't. How do you think you just happen? You have to think.
That's just personally what I do.
So yeah, we need to develop a good stuff.
The bad and the good. Yeah.
So why is it to stuff and make you feel bad and make you feel bad? Why do you see a bad stuff?
I don't know. You have to
And so are you creating the wrong and just popping in?
yes.
And what are they popping in from?
It could be anything. I mean, I think that,
Where are they coming from that they're popping in?
well, again, I can see the picture in my mind, right? So, like, for example, sometimes it's hard to come in the middle of the night and think about my kids going out of the house. I've never thought about it myself, and I'm very sensitive. But it just comes to my mind out of nowhere, and I don't choose to think of that in that moment. But sometimes it just comes to me, and I'm like, what am I thinking?
And so if it's just coming to you, why are you saying you create the problem? You know the thing about all those people, right? So even it's coming to you, why are you saying that you create the problem?
Yeah, I think that's just a part of how the brain works. So I can see things, right? Connected to a movie, or I can think about something that maybe not that's very creative, and I can create that in my mind, the scenario.
When you writing, when you
And those things just happen naturally in human beings, especially when they get people very, yes, but I think that sometimes even the big thoughts, just I just think right now, like, and being excited about what has never happened, I can still visualize it in my head what is happening. Our grandparents, our husband, were able to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Really?
You have never created a car. I have never created a car. I want you to think about this. You would love to really create a car. I would always create this car. I want to create a car that makes you feel good. Make everything bad. Create a car that you're not going to Why not? I mean, why not?
I just don't. I just personally don't believe in Christian religion. I believe in religion. I just had too many unanswered questions. I just never sat there with me. And so, they're not real. We create this in our minds. It's not real. We can get out of depression. We just have to figure out ways to do it. We can't just blame it on the devil or an entity. I refuse to believe that. I do not.
Do you believe in hell?
No,
Do you believe in the devil?
I do not.
And why not?
I just believe it's all fictional characters and places. Somebody made that up with the part look, I don't judge people that are religious and they are Christian. All of my friends are Christian or Catholic or even Muslim. And I respect them. I respect their beliefs. It's just not for me. I personally believe in the Big Bang Theory. And then I believe that over time there has been evolution because we're perfect spot in the universe where we can have you know the Big Bang Theory. It's a theory. It's a theory. It doesn't make it the truth. It doesn't make it exactly what it is. It's a theory because guess what? No one knows. I don't know. You don't know. But you can believe in God. I can believe in God. You can all be wrong. And I'm very comfortable with the fact that you can all be wrong. I think it's just more likely than their kids procreated and that's how we all got here. I don't there's actual evidence that there's other human species that live before us. So what happens to those species of human beings? Do they go to heaven or hell? Okay, question God. Was God, the sun? Was God, a plant, a tree, like a lion? People create these things to create order, and create a world of chaos. So I understand, religion does bring comfort. I understand why people do religion. I even used to bring comfort when I was religion. I used to pray all the time. I went to a church that was Sunday school at my house. I'm sorry, I was studying at my house. And I feel awesome. And I feel like I should be friends. To do what I do.
Have you noticed
Nothing good has ever come of it. A togetherness, a community.
did that and people can do that if you want.
Astronomers just found the closest known black hole to Earth. And the interesting part is, you can actually observe this black hole with a simple telescope. Gaia BH1 is a black hole located about 1560 light years away from us, and it's part of the binary system of the solar system, similar to our sun. This star orbits the black hole every 185 days at a distance of about 1.3 miles from Earth. The discovery of Gaia BH1 makes amazing history reasons. First, it's the first unambiguous detection of a satellite star in a wide orbit around a stellar-mass black hole in the galaxy. Second, it's the first detection of a black hole that does not depend on the mass of the star or the inclination of the Earth, which are usually sources of uncertainty or error. Third, it's the first detection of a black hole that does not involve any mass transfer or accretion rates, which are usually sources of emission activity. This discovery opens up new possibilities to think about black holes in the future. The best part is that you can see it for yourself. Just look for the constellation of Taurus. Thanks for watching and keep looking up. Astronomers just found the
Their historical photos never seen before. Vintage photo captures rat catchers proudly displaying Victorian rats are victims of spreading disease. The rat catchers became essential. Astonishment, one rat pair could multiply to over 646,000 in just 3 years. Discovered in 1903 by a Chilling, Britain's oldest complete skeleton. Shocked historians. This 9,000-year-old rewriting the story. The 22-year-old American sought treatment for tuberculosis and kidneys. Dr. Claire Taser became excessively infectious. After the tragic death, he stayed the course, preserving the pastor, long as he continued, until his sister exposed the powerful secrets of years later. June 22nd, 1962. Chaos erupted from a key branch between Israel and the Brazil scientists in the north. Belgium was not there as Poland crashed against Iran. Despite the tension, Italy secured a 2-0 victory. This Marine's jacket bears a grim truth. Born in the rain and high sun, may be hazardous to the health. Haunting reminder of disillusionment to discover the number of American soldiers fought in Vietnam. The massacres of St. Paul, a prehistoric relative of modern heroes, nearly 58 million years ago. 13 years long, the dwarfed those particular continents, which maxed out 7.5 meters. In 1990, legendary fireman teams prepared to launch a call from Virginia State in Washington, D.C., exchanging rifles, AK-47 and M16, symbolizing the weak and modern warfare. This massive 200-million-year verified footprint, preserved in the trap sandstone, sits along Utah's Old Canyon dinosaur track, a haunting reminder of Earth's prehistoric limits. Diego, the legendary Galapagos tortoise, fathered nearly 850 years, rescuing the species from extinction. After decades of poverty, he retired in 2020, leaving a legacy of survival. During World War II, German engineered females and full parallel tattoo for the SCD-44 designed to fire around corners or from tank interiors. Though innovative, they faced flaws like barrel erosion and shattered bullets. Here, curious U.S. Army officers inspect the information weapon, captivated by its bold, creative design.
Yeah. Okay.
So far, you know that all the people with a right thinking Miniature dachshund is a small and adorable breed of dog. They're grateful, curious, and full of energy, making them wonderful companions for families and individuals alike. Despite their size, they are quite good at responding to support. Miniature dachshunds come in various full colors and patterns, including silver, white, and white. Their coats require regular grooming to keep them looking fresh. These dogs have a keen sense of smell and were originally bred to hunting tigers, rabbits, and other small animals. Nowadays, they're more likely to be found in categories. Because of their small size, they're well suited to a puppy, but they still need regular exercise to stay healthy. They enjoy short walks and coasting. With proper training and socialization, miniature dachshunds can be ready and bring lots of joy.
You might think of the Hawaiian Islands as a place of tranquility. You wouldn't think that way if you had to deal with the Hawaii Warriors. They completed their pre-game battle dance. Now the final stretch as Hawaii tries to defend its home island. Time for ESPN's college football. Brad Nessler and Kirk Herbstreit will be on the call. Brad, take it away.
This is Aloha Stadium, located within Honolulu, Hawaii, which becomes the site for this college football matchup. EA Sports and ESPN bring you this exciting college football game. Hi, everybody. I'm Brad Nessler, joined in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit, and we'll hear from Aaron Andrews on the sideline. Today's game is presented by Coke Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories. Enjoy everything. Our matchup is between the Oregon Ducks and the Warriors of Hawaii. Welcome to the first week of the college football season. Opening day is always filled with miraculous plays and bitter defeats. It's time for coin toss now. Presented by Coke Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories. Enjoy everything. Hawaii has been waiting all week for this one. Get ready, folks. The opening kickoff is finally here. And it sails out of the end zone for touchdown. Reese Davis joins us in the studio with this update. Reese?
Let's check out what's happening in Auburn. There was never any room to breathe in this game. The Utes get the W, 24-20. The Irish took the field, ranked second in the nation, but believing they've been snubbed even a little bit and deserve that top spot in the fourth. It felt as if the game was on every play. After Love, he hit the 100-yard mark in this one.
Thanks, Reese. Those Score in this one. For Oregon, Kirk, let's talk about the passing game in this style.
They go with the spread. One of the things I really like about this is how it thins out a defense up front by getting so many receivers across the field. One thing with passing, the defense can't be focused at the point of attack. If you can consistently run effectively like this, it'll force the defense to pay more attention to the run. And that creates chances in the play-action passing game.
He doesn't like what he sees. He's going to change the Jackson. That's well defended by this defense.
Defensive line is so concerned with their penetrating abilities that these linebackers are able to roam free and make plays like that.
We got 3rd and 12. 37. This crowd can really be intimidating for the opposing team. McCoy gets it up to the gets it out to about the 47 up line. The running back is for 10 yards to the wrong foot. Wilkinson is back deep to return the punt. And this one is a beauty. This one will go into the end zone and run out to the corner. Like a couple of boxers in round one, these two teams are feeling each other out.
I'm sure the fans are thrilled to see their guys come up with an early stop in this game. Let's see if the offense can give them something else to get excited about now.
He airs it out. The defender had his hands on it. It's incomplete. Time for an update from the studio. Reese, what do you got?
Atlantic Coast Conference action in the spotlight. And for Pope, a big day for him, going for 4 touchdowns. In other games, the Wolverines were ranked 14th. Their charge, take care of business. And they did. A complete blowout. And for had a big day with 3 touchdown runs.
Thanks, Reese. No score in this one. Second down and 10 to go. Ball on their own 20. He lets it fly. From their own 20-yard line. 3rd down. Scrambling around. Driven down.
You can't take sacks like that as a quarterback. If you can't find a receiver, get out of the pocket and throw the ball away.
So luck on that drive as they go 3 and out. Looks like they've decided to go for it here. This is kind of a surprising call right here by the coach. This is an obvious punting situation. They throw that one back here. The defense holds, and the ball will change hands.
That's a big-time stop here by the defense. I know we're only in week 1, but this defense looks like they're in mid. Season 4.
Here's the halfback. Tackle right at the 7-yard line. And the goal line defense digging in here. They're calling it audible. Could be options left side.
interception was so smoothly executed. He looked totally in control on that keeper.
Oregon up 6. And he converts the extra point. They get ready to kick this one off, and the return team's looking for the onside. He really got a hold of that kick. Into the 10. And back he goes. The 15. They'll start at the 15. Take it down at about the 11. It's second down now, 14 to go. Ball on their own 11. They'll bring it down at the 12. Washington picks up a yard on the play. That brings up 14. Third and 14 coming up here. Ball on the 12-yard line. Fakes the handoff. Defense coming. He's hit and got away. And they got him.
I mean, it's an offensive line, and this is the worst things you want to see is your quarterback not only getting sacked, but getting hit like that. Those linemen better pick that quarterback up and start doing a good job of taking care of him.
After the sack, it's now 4th and long. This is a very questionable play call here. I'm not sure I agree with it. Moody on the run. Good outside run there. Huge play for the defense.
Great play there by the D. It's early in the season, but they showed they don't get rattled at all. I give them a lot of credit.
And here we go with the offense ready to get things going again. Oregon is up a score. Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 13.
This is what it's all about. Defense taking advantage of their opportunity. They're pouncing on the loose ball.
Last time out, the offense wasn't able to convert on 4th down.
This offense comes down to the field again after getting stopped on ground the last time out. And not only does that affect them in a negative way, but you know what it does is it gives this defense a vacation.
So the offense will move a little bit closer with that penalty. It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 48-yard line. And he's at the 49-yard line. And he gets a yard on the run.
Good job by the junior linebacker to read the run and limit the play to a short gain.
So it's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 49-yard line. Brought down right around midfield. That'll make it 3rd and 5. Third down now, and they need to get it inside the 42. He's going to go for the home run. Almost intercepted. That's going to bring up 4th down.
On 3rd down, the defense was expecting the pass, and they defended the play very well in the secondary.
It's 4th down, and the offense is getting set to go for it. Kind of surprising here that they didn't elect to punt. I don't agree with this call. Now he's scrambling. He's tackled around the 47-yard line. And the defense goes through.
That's a big-time stop here by the defense. I know we're only in week 1, but this defense looks like they're in mid-season form.
So the offense comes out after their last drive, had the ball end up in the defense's hands by way of a fumble.
So much of football is about how do you respond to adversity. Moving forward after a turnover is a perfect example of that.
Very snap. There are 3 quarters remaining. Oregon's lead is a touchdown. From the 38-yard line, it's 1st down. Oregon up 7 points. He scrambled. Going out to the right side. He sheds it.
The result is set. That's what happened there.
So the sack makes this a 2nd and long. He's scrambling. Here comes the pressure. Safety.
End zone for a safety.
Momentum swings have been fairly even. And with so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just 1 or 2 plays. He's on the run. First and 10, ball on their own 49. They keep it on the ground with the tailback. Washington gets 6 yards on the play. So it's 2nd down now. They need about 4 yards to pick up the first. Deep ball, way back in there. And he went way up, and he's got the interception. He just jumped up and snatched that ball.
And there, I don't think the quarterback even saw him. The defender went up into the air and made a great catch.
From their own yard line. 1st down. He's wide open out there. He's out to the 30, the 50, and he's finally knocked out of bounds at the 40-yard line.
That makes him discontent.
Possibly changing the play here prior to the snap. Let's it go. And this one's going to get intercepted.
Little stumbles like these can kill your offensive progress.
36-yard line. First down.
These guys, especially in the secondary, really get after it and can make life hard for the play callers on the other side of the ball.
Second down, 10 to go. Ball on their own 36. Now he tries to buy some time. 46-yard line. First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 46-yard line. They line up in the jumbo set. He makes it out to maybe the 43-yard line. A couple, maybe 3 yards on that run.
That was the junior linebacker who got it with a tackle there.
It's 2nd and 7. Ball on the 43-yard line. They come out of the goal line set. They'll wrestle him down to the backfield. And the defense gives up some 3 yards to the offense.
Penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
From the 30-yard line, it's first down. They're packed in tight on the line. He's pushed out of bounds around the 28-yard line. A 2-yard run by the halfback.
There was simply no daylight on that play. The defender came in and dropped the hammer.
From the 28-yard line, second down. They line up in the jumbo set. Nice run up the middle.
They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball.
From the 12-yard line, first down. They come out of the goal line set. They try the right side. They make the stop right around the 4-yard line. And this is the 8th play of the drive. They're ground the line. He's taken down. Hawaii's going to use their first time out of the half here. It's first down, and they'll be looking for 6 points here. They're trying to stop the run here with a goal line defense. Looking for Taylor.
Short burst for the score. That's what happens when you can win the ball in the trenches down near the goal line.
And he takes out the extra point. 6-play, 60-yard drive. That's good for a touchdown.
Anytime I see the defense giving up big yards on the ground, to me, there's really only one thing. You've got to cheat more guys up in the box to the line of scrimmage. Cheat your linebackers up closer to the line of scrimmage. You've got to get both of your safeties. It takes 8 or 9 men in the box. Whatever it takes to slow down the running game, you've got to do it.
And it's sails out of the end zone for a touchdown. They'll start this drive, the 25-yard line.
Definitely the greatest hunter of the universe. All that have preceded is but you.
After the one me who ran free on this world of mine. Yes, truly this was our greatest hope. And this samurai has proven himself as the mightiest and most elusive of prey. Here's it now, please. And here's the defense. Really audible. What? Come on. A prey that is providing such an intense and nobody has ever tried to unfold. It is the way
The Ducks don't like the looks of the
I will take what is mine. No, you will not.
short yardage situation here. 2nd down and 1. In this stage,
You get to choose who ran with us. Anxiety. I'm a good person. We don't get to choose who Riley is. We keep the best. I'm a good person.
They'll set up shop at the 27-yard line. Hawaii holds just a 2-point lead. Gets it to the back. He's gobbled up in the backfield.
This is the time to open up your playbook and do something unpredictable. So I'm not sure what they're trying to accomplish right here.
From their own 27-yard line. 2nd down. They're packed in tight on the line. They'll bring it down at about the 29-yard line. Oregon's going to have to use their 2nd time out of the half. It's 3rd down, 8 to go. Ball on their own 29. The Warriors got the timeout. That's their 2nd of the half. Looks like they've decided to go for it here. This is a very questionable play call here. I'm not sure I agree with it. Here's a throw that's all the defense. Huge play for the defense.
Great play there by the D. It's early in the season, but they showed they don't get rattled at all. I give them a lot of credit.
In a game that's this close, you can't afford to waste possessions. Quick pass. He's tackled in the open field. The pass good for maybe 7 yards.
This is good timing here between the quarterback and the wide receiver. Recognizing the soft coverage from the defensive back, the quarterback puts the ball right in the money for a nice game.
So they decide to bring the kicker out to try to get 3 points before the halftime. The field goal was good. His kick return should conclude the first half. Don't be surprised to see some trickery here. Nice kick, plenty of distance. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchdown. They'll start at the 25. Stepping up. He's going to get it. Low scoring first half of play, but a close game. The Ducks lead 10-9. Just about set to start the second half. If you're an offensive guru, you hated the first two quarters. Let's see if the offenses can come to life here in the third quarter. We'll take a moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Aaron Andrews.
Well, both coaches promised to show a little more of their playbook here in the second half, Brad. They noted that they missed some plays and they could do a better job overall, but told their guys to just stay focused and all the pieces will come together. Both teams had trouble getting going and running.
One thing that will generate some buzz in this stadium is a score. Let's see if they can get it done here. The offense will take over at the 25-yard line. He's going to come up with a sack.
Concentration laps right there. The coaches would be giving them an earful for it, too.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 40. It's second down now. They're just a few feet away from that first down marker.
You got that right. They sacrificed their bodies in there and stuffed it.
It's third down, and they're about 2 yards shy of the sticks. And he's stopped behind the line.
Man, they've got to be frustrated. I'm sure they're ready to get off the field, and now they've just handed the offense a whole new set of downs.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 37-yard line. He drops back.
Machine on this drive. Very methodical and efficient. Once again, they're moving the chain.
Well, this isn't conventional. The kicker's on the field. It's up. Looks long enough.
He got some good net behind it, and he kicked it back here ball right between the goalposts.
So our score, Hawaii 12, Oregon 10. He moves it deep downfield. And they can forget about returning this one. On their own 25-yard line. First down. Jackson. He makes it out for about the 27-yard line. Calling it audible. Savage blockers the running back's got it on the screen. And he's tackled around the 44-yard line. So the offense will move a little bit closer with that penalty. First and 10. Ball on the 41. Second down at 12. Ball on the 43. In the shotgun and 5 wide out.
Players going nowhere. You give a lot of credit to the defense here, recognizing pass and swarming to the receiver.
He's changing things up.
Almost that sixth sense on when to get out of there and avoid the pressure, or just to throw the ball before you get hit.
Oregon is trying to take the lead here. Kicks up. No good. He missed it.
When you see a kick like that, the kicker is trying to compensate for a factor maybe like the wind, and he thinks he can hook it back in. Didn't happen that time.
The offense will start at the 41. Hawaii is up 2. Wants it all. Second down and 10 to go. Ball on their own 41. He's going to go for the home run. And this one's broken up. And a good defensive play.
You got to give this corner a lot of credit. You can even give great effort on the defender. Got just enough in the way of the receiver to knock it down.
Third down now. They need to get it inside the 49. Play action under heavy pressure. He goes down.
This is a well-prepared defense. They know where to be, and they know what their opponent likes to do. They play tight coverage as well.
And it's the offense that takes the field on fourth down. Kind of surprising here that they didn't elect to punt. I don't agree with this call. He's at midfield. That's exactly what this defense was looking for.
Yeah, that fumble gives these guys some added life. Now let's see if they can capitalize off of it.
This drive will start at the 37-yard line. They keep it on the ground. He's taken down at the 42-yard line. First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 42. He hits him hard at the 29. Defense looked like it jumped early there. That one's more than good enough for the first down.
All right, that is a great play by the quarterback to find his target past the marker to keep this drive moving.
From the 29-yard line. First down. They're around that line of scrimmage. He's running the option. At about the 42-yard line. We've got a second and 14. Ball on the 33-yard line. Pass is left, going the other way. finally drives them back, and they're shooting themselves in the foot here.
Well, they can just keep their concentration. They'll avoid situations like that.
From the 36-yard line, it's first down. Hawaii with a 2-point advantage.
Nice run for the first down by this quarterback.
From the 25-yard line, first down. Hawaii holds just a 2-point lead. Here's the halfback. And the defense gives up some free yards to the offense.
Penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line. Washington on the run.
Once you get inside the 10-yard line, this is
Here's the extra point that'll make it a 2-score game. And he hits the reactor. The kicker looks like he's ready to kick this one off. And he got all of this one. Great kick. And Encinia's out of the end zone for a touchdown. There's got to be some sense of urgency to this offense right now. They don't have the luxury of wasting drives if they want to get back in the game. Why? He throws.
I'm not so sure he made the best decision. Pretty tight area he was trying to throw that pitch to.
Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball at the 25. Side after a nice pickup. These fans are showing you why teams hate to come here, folks. The receiver to take it. Coleman is back to receive. They get this one off, and it's a beauty. And he's tackled to the 30-yard line. That's 3 down and 1 to go. The Warriors lead it by 9. From their own 45-yard line. First down. He airs it out. Incomplete. It's knocked down by the defense.
You know, the safety's responsibility for that is to always make sure nothing is going to get behind him, to not ever get beat deep. But also, he has a responsibility to step up and make a play on the football in front of him. It's just another example of a defensive back, in this case a safety, just having really good instinct to be able to come up and know when it's supposed to be. They're giving away 3 yards without making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball.
It's first and 10. Ball on the 30-yard line. Tackle after he gets it run up again. Washington picks up about 4 yards on the play. Second down and 7. Ball on the 26-yard line. First down with that run from the halfback.
Let's see, ran with some purpose there. Picked up 6 yards.
From the 20-yard line, it's first down. Down the 19-yard line.
That brings up seconds and 9.
So we've got a second and 9 here. Ball on the 19. There he goes. And way down at the 10-yard line. A strong run by the fullback will give him a gain of 9. So it's third down, and they're just inches away from picking up the first down.
Oh, man, they've got to be frustrated. I'm sure they're ready to get off the field, and now they've just handed the offense a whole new set of downs.
First and goal from the 5. They're knocking on the door. They're packed in tight on the line. He's tackled right around the 4-yard line. Taking a yard or two there on the draw. This is the 9th play of this drive. It's power against power right now on the field. Both teams have their jumbo sets out there. And he's tackled on the 2-yard line. Hawaii's going to take their first time out of that. The defense backed up into their own end zone. It's third and goal from the 1. Everybody bunched up tight defensively. And stopped.
In a game like football, if you keep giving away opportunities like this, I guarantee you they'll come back to haunt you sooner rather than later.
It's first down. They'll be looking for 6 points here. A little more than 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. On the run, touchdown.
This is an opportunity to enforce his will on defense.
He splits to the upright side.
They add some points to the scoreboard. Quarterbacks love to see their running backs making big plays. What that does is it forces the defense to have to pay so much attention to the running game that it takes some of the pressure off of the pass rush and gives the quarterback more options to throw the football and more time to be able to execute the pass game.
And they can forget about returning this one. The finish line's in sight. Let's see who wants this one more.
They need to move the ball down the field quickly and efficiently. They should maybe even throw in some low huddle to return time.
Then set up shot at the 25-yard line. Back to pass.
This blonde bombshell stunned the world at the face-off, grinning as she poured water on her opponent like it was a joke. She didn't just cross the line, she soaked it. Michaela Lauren wasn't just another pretty face in the boxing world. She was a former world title challenger, a powerhouse in the ring with heavy hands and a mouth that never stayed shut. Michaela had carved out a name for herself as both a skilled fighter and an unapologetic showwoman. Before her fight with the champion Cecilia, she turned the stare down into a full-blown circus. She got in Cecilia's face and, out of nowhere, planted a kiss on her lips, turning the face-off into a bizarre and uncomfortable spectacle. But when the bell rang, the mood changed fast. That kiss? It wasn't the romantic gesture Michaela thought it was. It became her downfall before the first round even ended. Cecilia Breakers wasted no time unleashing a barrage of fists that turned Michaela's cocky attitude into a threat. Michaela tried to fight back, swinging with everything she had, but Cecilia was simply unstoppable, cool, calculated, and relentless. With every punch, Michaela was slowly broken down, like the bay caught in the storm of the champion's fury. And by the end, the canvas told its own story, leaving Michaela to face the consequences of her own arrogance.
First and goal from the 4. They're knocking on the door. All the big boys are on the field now. Both teams have their big sets out there.
And this guy's a big time threat inside the 10-yard line because he's signed. That's
Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So the kicker's going to stay on the sidelines. He's going to try for a two-point conversion. They come out of the goal line set.
the 2-point conversion for Rams.
Both teams are well aware that a score on this drive is going to create an almost insurmountable lead. This defense has really got to step it up and make a stop. And they make the stop at about the 23-yard line.
Concentration laps right there. The coaches will be giving them an earful for it, too.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 12-yard line. Just under 2 to go in the game. And he has it on the corner. He steps out.
This is when you have to remember where you are in the game. Got to stay in bounds and keep that clock ticking.
From the 11-yard line, it's 2nd down. They line up in the jumbo set. Tackle at the 11-yard line. Ducks taking their first time out of the half. It's 3rd and 9. Ball on the 11-yard line. They're packed in tight on the line. And he's taken down at the 3. Oregon's a little confused. They used their second timeout. So it's 4th down, and the offense is still on the field. And this is what power football is all about, folks. And down he goes at the 2.
Complete breakdown in judgment for this one. These are the types of mental errors that drive coaches crazy.
1st and goal from the 1. Looking to punch this one in. They've got their goal line sets on the field. It's a good time for play action. That's a great tackle. Oregon will take their final timeout. From the 1-yard line. 2nd down. Let's see if they try to pound it in here. Both teams have their goal line sets on the field. And they got to before he can get back to the line. And and the defense gives up some free yards to the offense.
Penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
First down, and they come to the line with a 1st and goal. Just under 2 minutes in the game. Second one, touchdown. Well, they're going to try for the 2-point conversion. The offense rolls on it. A 5-play, 23-yard drive. And they get 8 points after that 2-point conversion.
And right now, the offensive line is winning the battle in the trenches, opening up some big runs.
The score now, 34-16. White is set to kick this one away. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchdown. They'll get the ball here. And they bring that for a second.
This quarterback has to do a better job of avoiding the rush, because sacks can be real drive killers.
And he steps in block with a spike. They're down a couple of miles here. Ball on the 18. The student section goes racing.
It's just a throw the ball in the cup. You got a win this one right there. It's very fortunate. Next time you should just throw it away out of bounds.
A little over a minute in the game. Booming kick. Makes it out to maybe the 40-yard line. He did a good job to give his team decent field position.
The last time this offense had the ball, I was really impressed. They simply control the line scrimmage and allow them to be able to run the football. Let's see if they can do that
They've got their eyes on that goal line. We have less than a minute to go. And he makes it out to about the 5-yard line. The running back gets a yard, maybe less. Fight. The kick is up. It's set to kick this one. Fight. So the call on the field will be slice the ball. From their own 19-yard line. They're there. It's arguably the loudest crowd in the nation, and they are turning it up a notch.
Giving the right time to make the cut.
Fourth and long here after the sack. Florence Jokic is the punter. This one's in the books, and our final score, Hawaii 37, Oregon 18. So what are your final thoughts on this one, Kirk?
I thought this one was a little closer than the scoreboard indicates. Maybe that says something about how good they play. Hawaii could have just as easily found themselves on the other end of the score. That's how even these two teams were coming in. But they played the better game today. They should be very happy.
Flawless victory for Hawaii. They start the season out with a win. And Oregon, they start off the season on a losing game. So that wraps things up for us. EA Sports, Charlie Andrews, and Kirk Ernstreet. Brad Nessler saying thanks. We'll see you next time.
Extreme fatality. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Savage fatality. Round one. Fight. Shiva wins. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. The moment of victory over Blaze, Shiva was blinded by a flash of energy. When she regained her sight, she found herself standing before the Elder Gods. They were clearly alarmed that neither Taven nor Dagon had completed the quest. Their desire to prevent further turmoil prompted them to transform Shiva into a goddess of destruction. One by one, she laid waste to the realms using a powerful Kamidoki. When the realms reformed, nothing was as it had been.